Stay Tuned Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of a drunken degenerate watching the National Football League.
And welcome everybody to Stay Tuned Sports here on what is a beautiful, especially if not chilly where you are in the Northeast, where I am in the Northeast. Boy, is it cold. But welcome to a beautiful Super Bowl Sunday here as we get ready for Super Bowl 60 between the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. And I got to tell you, I'm excited. Seems like a lot of people are saying, I'll say this. I picked the Seahawks on the Friday forecast, saying like, hey, you know, it feels like that they are the objectively better team. I think the Patriots can win this game. I think if certain things go right, they absolutely will win the game. But I picked Seattle because I think all things considered, if everything goes the way it should, and even if there's a little bit of, you know, wiggle room there, I think maybe for Seattle, especially with their defense, I think that they can overcome maybe a little bit more than the Patriots would be able to. You know, it turns out a lot of the talking heads are picking the Patriots. There's a ton of talking heads picking the Patriots. And I got to say, I think that surprised me that you had a bunch of the talking heads picking the Patriots. You had a lot of the experts, I would say, picking the Patriots, saying they think the Patriots are just that team of destiny. Feels a lot like 2001, Jim. You know what I mean? Feels a lot like, you know, the Tom Brady team that came in. They were underdogs. Nobody thought they could win against the Rams. And now all of a sudden, here you go. It looks like it feels the same way. Drake Maye is going to be a new Tom Brady. Again, those strike me though more as feelings, and when I look at that, I'm like, I'm just some fat loser on the internet. All right, and I say all the time with this channel, I'm not analytical. I don't look at the analytics. I don't really look at stats. Like I said, I didn't break this game down by stats. I just said eyeball test. Objectively looking at this team, looking at both these teams, looking at this game, it feels like the Seahawks are objectively the better team. It looks like the Seahawks are objectively the better team. If we do go and look at the stats, it does appear that the Seahawks are the better team. Yet you still have a lot of these guys who are the experts on some of these channels saying, I got to tell you what, these Patriots, they really feel like this is going to be a team. Crafty in the chat, thank you so much for joining us here early on here as we're going to have our little kind of half-hour pregame before the game starts here. Crafty says, a drunken degenerate watching the National Football League, that's akin to saying a lonely bachelorette watching Sex in the City. Very true. Very true. We're all drunken degenerates just watching, or former drunken degenerates watching the National Football League. I am going with the Cherry Coke Zero today. Usually have a cup of coffee, but I got some snack. Pepper Jack is making some snacks. So sometimes coffee and cheddar cheese and crackers and potato chips doesn't go together. So having a little bit of the soda. No booze in the soda today. Surprising. I want to keep my wits about me for this game. It's a very big game, ladies and gentlemen. It's Super Bowl 60. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying snacks and family and friends wherever you are enjoying this game, as we all will be. Crafty in the chat says, Seahawks are more well-rounded in my opinion, but the Patriots defense has been scary through the postseason. I think they played well, but here's the thing. I don't think it's so much that their defense is scary. And I had this conversation with my father a couple of days ago because we talked about, you know, the road that the Seahawks took, and we talked about the road that the Patriots took. And the fact that the Patriots did overcome playing 3 of the NFL's top 5 defenses in their 3 playoff games to get to the Super Bowl. And when I mentioned that, to me, it felt like if C.J. Stroud didn't have maybe the worst game of his career, the Texans probably win that game in New England. And that's when my father said, well, was that C.J. Stroud having a bad game, or was that the New England Patriots defense making him have a bad game? And I remember watching it at the time, and even going back and seeing the highlights and looking at it now, C.J. Stroud just had a bad game. I don't think it was anything forced by the Patriots defense. C.J. Stroud just made terrible throws. He made terrible decisions when making those terrible throws. He was just really bad. So I think maybe some of those defensive numbers that the Patriots have put up in the last couple games might be a little bit of a mirage. I know everybody always likes to say numbers never lie, but sometimes numbers, like your wife, will lie sometimes. It happens. There's nothing you can do about it. Crafty says they know the fix is in. That's why they're all picking the Patriots. Dude, if the Patriots win, it's like, Crafty says Herbert was absolutely massacred. Yeah, but he had a non-existent offensive line, and he had that all year. Let's not pretend like Justin Herbert had a good offensive line in front of him. Once Alt went down, and even in the preseason, the Chargers going into the season looked like they were going to have one of the best offensive lines. Then they got an injury to the offensive line to start the season, and then you had Joe Alt in Week 4 against the Giants. He got injured, and I think he might have came back for 1 or 2 games, but then was immediately hurt again, so he didn't do too well. They were just they were decimated on that offensive line. So to sit there and say, "Oh, the Patriots, well, they got after Herbert." To be fair, the Chargers got after Drake Maye. Drake Maye got murdered in that game as well, Crafty. And that was another point that was brought up on the Friday forecast. I don't know if it was by you, by ELS, maybe Lloyd did it. I'm not sure. But somebody brought up the point that Drake Maye cannot feel the pressure off his blind side. Very much like I watched Daniel Jones do for many years here in New York. I think Daniel Jones is a good quarterback. I still do think he is a good quarterback, and I hope that he stays in Indianapolis and just absolutely tears it up and kicks ass over there. But when he was here with the Giants, he had a big problem, especially with a bad offensive line. He could not feel the pressure off the blind side, and how many times did that lead to getting hit, and the ball pops out, and it was a fumble and a turnover. We've seen Drake Maye have a lot of those same problems over the year. If the Seahawks are able to go ahead and do that to him in this game, I think it's going to be a long day for the Patriots. That's going to be the key. I think that's the real big key. Does Sam Darnold stay turnover-free? If he does, I think the Seahawks win regardless. And can the Patriots protect Drake Maye's blind side? And can Drake Maye somehow, some way start feeling that pressure from the blind side? Again, if he hasn't felt it all year, I don't think it's going to automatically change now in the Super Bowl. It doesn't feel like that. Crafty, it was you there. You brought that up, and that's maybe his and maybe the whole team's Achilles heel. And I 1,000% agree with you. I agree with that assessment. I think that's a fantastic look at this game. Is Can they protect Drake Maye on the blind side? Can he hold on to the ball if he doesn't feel that blindside pressure? And it sounds goofy to say, well, I think whoever wins the turnover battle is going to win a game. No shit, Sherlock. But it feels like, if Drake Maye keeps his jersey clean, if they can keep the grass stains off of his jersey, and, I think the Patriots have a real good shot. If Sam Darnold can stay turnover-free, it feels like it's going to be hard for the Seahawks to lose this game. I think where you might have to start worrying, if you're a Seahawks fan, is if Sam Darnold has one of his old Sam Darnold games where he throws 2 or 3 picks, especially early on, if the Seahawks get down a little bit early. If they try to force something like that, it seems like it might be a little bit more. Having Vrable as a head coach and played in plenty of these games, is that going to be good for the Patriots as far as maybe keeping their excitement, their juice level kind of in check, where the Seahawks don't really kind of have that. So maybe they get a little too excited. Maybe they burn through some of their energy too quickly. Maybe they're too out of it and burn themselves out. You know, we've seen it happen a lot of times where the moment is too big for some players or some teams, and they crumble and they fall apart. I don't think so. Again, these are professionals; they know what they're doing. But it is. I mean, the Super Bowl is still. It's a big game. You know what I mean? It's a big game. It is bright. It is big. It is loud. Crafty in the chat, he says, ironically, the Patriots were the team that made Darnold see ghosts in the first place. Will today be redemption or a repeat? That's a great observation and a great point. As I mentioned before, I believe it's actually in the description. Is this going to be Sam Darnold's crowning achievement, from going all the way from seeing ghosts and being made fun of because he had mono, and Jet fans being like, I got this guy out of town. Oh, what a waste of a pick. Oh, he's never gonna work out. Then he goes to Carolina. It's not any better down there. But again, that was another organization at the time that was in a mess of a situation. I think that was Tepper's first or second year down there as owner in Carolina. So things were just topsy-turvy. Then he goes out to San Francisco and is a backup in that Kyle Shanahan system, which seems to be everybody's kind of tonic here, as we saw with old McCorkle Jones there, the former future there with New England. But he looks great out there now as well. And apparently there's the latest reports were that he is the Niners have no intentions of trading him or getting rid of him or doing anything like that. So we'll see, unless he wants to, unless he says, I want to go. Minnesota needs a quarterback. Maybe some other teams need a quarterback. Arizona needs a quarterback. He might try to do that. So we'll see. Maybe if somebody makes it pretty good. Here comes we see Seattle, well, at least making their way out to the field. They got the 12 flag with them. Seattle wearing their navy blue helmets, navy blue jerseys, and navy blue pants with navy blue socks. All navy blued out in the mono. They have their 50th anniversary patch on the left shoulder. They have the America 250 patch on the right shoulder. And then higher up on the right shoulder, they have the Super Bowl 60 logo patch ready to go. Crafty says, if they were any more professional, they'd be named Leon. God, what a reference, Crafty. Oh, what a reference. And what a great goddamn movie, too. The Professional, fantastic movie. Crafty says, there's no shortage of teams right now where McCorkle would be a step up. I agree. And that's what I mean. Is like San Francisco says, we have no intention of trading him. He's going to be Brock Purdy's backup for a while. We like having two good backups. And that is true. As we've seen a lot in the NFL this year, boy, if you don't have a good backup, you are screwed. You have to have a backup that can be a starting quarterback in the NFL. And if they, I feel like if they're going to get rid of him, if they do trade him, it's going to have to be for a little bit of a haul, more so than you would think. We're trying to get somebody's backup quarterback. San Francisco's going to be like, we like him a lot, and we want to keep him here. If you want to bring him in as a starter, you're going to have to, you're going to have to pony up a little bit. You're going to have to pony up a bit. Jimbo says, I'm here for the strippers. Am I at the right place? Goddamn right you are, Jimbo. You know how we work it here. Hey, listen, the halftime extravaganza is going to be big, so you don't want to miss that. Are there strippers there? I don't think so, but there might be. You don't know. You don't know until it shows up. Keep the mystery. You got to keep the mystery. As we now see the New England Patriots making their way out to the field. Patriots wearing their silver helmets with the Flying Elvis logo. White jerseys, white pants, and I'm pretty sure it's white socks as well. It's all white for the Patriots. 9-0 on the road this year. That is why they decided to wear the whites. Jimbo said, did I also miss the 8-hour countdown? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You just missed it. It was the regular countdown. It was the regular welcome to the stream countdown. Don't let Crafty try to change your mind about it. John Bon Jovi announcing the Patriots? Why is the Jersey boy? He just goes from team to team. Giants, I'll show up with the Giants. Oh, Eagles, I'll show up with the Eagles. Patriots, what are you doing at the Patriots? Why are you introducing the Patriots, Mr. Bon Jovi? Traitor! He's a traitor, Mr. Bon Jovi. You're a Jersey boy. You're supposed to be rooting for the New York Gigantes. How dare you go up there and introduce the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl? For shame. For shame, Mr. Bon Jovi. Jimbo says 10 minutes left in the Philadelphia Eagles championship. No, yours ended when San Francisco beat your ass. When the 49ers stomped the Eagles, just murdered them at Lincoln Financial Field in the playoffs, and your reign ended. That's when the reign ended. You've had weeks since the Philadelphia Eagles have reigned as Super Bowl champions. The title, as has happened a lot in, let's say, WWE and some of the other fighting professions, whether fake or real, scripted or real. Let me change that. It's vacant. That's right now. The title is vacant. Who will grab that title? Who will be the new champion? Will it be the Patriots going for number 7? Or will there be Lombardi number 2 for the Seattle Seahawks? We're going to find out here in just a couple moments. We are about 10 minutes away, 11 minutes, 10 minutes away from the start of the game here as we see everybody out on the field. We see Melissa Stark talking to Drake Maye. Melissa Stark, still a dime, still doing it. Fantastic. Cheers to you, Melissa. Jimbo says there's no new champ yet there, though. No, there isn't. That's what I mean. The title's vacant. That's what I'm saying. That's all I said, Jimbo. That's all I'm saying. Next year, the Giants are going to be here. We know that. We got a new coach. Hopefully, we'll have a new part owner. After reading some of those Epstein files, boy, I don't think you can be owner. I don't care. I don't care if you messaged him for a parking spot. I don't care what it is. If you have any connection to that, it feels like you got to go. Feels like you got to go hit the old dusty trail. So yeah, NBC's going to take a commercial break before they hit the national anthem and America the Beautiful. Excuse me. So I'll ask this. So because I kind of got the idea of what Crafty was thinking about. Jimbo, who do you have in this game? Who is your pick? Again, as you saw on the Friday forecast, I ended up picking the Seattle Seahawks. We know ELS, he picked the Seattle Seahawks as well. It seemed like a lot of the talking heads, as I mentioned when we started this particular stream, it seems like a lot of the talking heads are picking the Patriots. Which seemed a little odd to me, but they're kind of going with feels like Team of Destiny, feels like 2001, it feels like that Tom Brady run when they went with the Rams, like it feels like that, it feels like, all that kind of stuff, instead of saying, going more maybe with the, what the teams look like, which is what I kind of do. And again, I'm not a big analytics guy. I mentioned that 1,000 times on here. Statesman Sports has never been an analytical program, whether it was me, whether it was Jimbo, whether it was me and Jimbo, whoever it was. We're never a very analytical show. So that's what I mean. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, while we have this time here, I think I forgot to do this because we kind of just jumped right into talking. Thank you for joining us here on Stay Tuned Sports for Super Bowl 60. My name is King here. If you like anything about this particular channel, anything about this particular show, this broadcast, whatever it is, and I don't know why you would, but if you do, please hit that like button, hit that share button, let the world know that we exist. That is a huge, huge help for us here. And of course, as always, if you haven't done so yet, or this is your first time here, please hit that subscribe button and that notification bell as we are on the road to 1,000 subscribers. and hopefully being monetized on this great and glorious platform known as YouTube. If, however, you want to help us out in a little bit more direct fashion, and I still haven't gotten the Patreon done yet, so we're still at Buy Me a Coffee, so it's still kind of a pain in the ass. But if you do want to help us out a little bit more directly, we do have a link for our donation station and our merch store in the top of the chat and in the description below this video. Make sure if you're in the chat too that you put on live chat, not top chat. That's if you're on desktop. If you're in mobile, make sure that you put on all messages, not top messages, so you have all that as well. As I just did that now, just to make sure that I can see everybody in the chat room. Jimbo says he's got Seattle, is pulling for Seattle because of Sam Darnold. That's the thing. I separated by two things. I said I'm picking Seattle because I think objectively they are the better team. So I went with Seattle that way. But as far as rooting interest, who I'm like, gun to head situation, who would I want to go with? I'm going with Seattle for that, for Sam Darnold. Having seen his career here in New York with the Jets and the shit he went through and all of that, to see what he's done the last 2 years in Minnesota and then here in Seattle, I can't help but root for the guy. I really do like him. Plus, here's the other thing. Patriots have Christian Ellis on their team, the guy who tried to murder Jackson Dart and murder our special teams returner, Olszewski. So until somebody removes his knees from his body and makes sure that he never plays football again, I can't root for the Patriots. And I kind of like this Patriots. I love Mike Vrable. I think he's a fantastic coach. I like Drake Maye. I like some of the other players on this team. They have great Christian Gonzalez, great player. I like a lot of the Patriots players. But you got Christian Ellis on there, man. Sorry, I can't fuck with Christian Ellis. I can't do it. Sorry, I'm trying to curse less. And they're doing America the Beautiful here for America's 250th, the sesquicentennial bicentennial. Well, I forget what it's called. Either way, 250, baby. Bisesquicentennial, whatever it is. Jimbo says, well, Christian Ellis is going to be the Super Bowl MVP. Now you're just trying to piss me off. Why you got to do that? Why you got to do that? Oh, was he a former Eagle? That's why he's such a dirty son of a bitch. He was an Eagle. Now it all makes sense. Now the puzzle pieces are dropping. Now everything's making sense. I didn't know. That was not something that was in my mind. I just knew him as the asshole who tried to injure Jackson Dart. Now knowing that he was a former Philadelphia Eagle, it's like all of a sudden when you find it's the epiphany, baby. It's when all the pieces start coming. It's when you realize that it's Kaiser Sose you were just talking to. That makes sense. Those are some hefty cellists, man. Gibbo says, I believe he was a special teamer. Let's see here. Christian Ellis. Yes, he was. From 2021 to 2023, he was on the Vikings, Eagles, and 49ers in 2021 just as offseason and or practice squad member. And then I guess he was able to stick with Philadelphia in 2021 through 2023. And then in 2023 to now went to New England, where he has been playing and trying to murder players on the football field. So, yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. All the sense in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Never trust a dirty Philadelphia Eagle. And the Redskins have lost somebody else. They just lost Sonny Jurgensen the other day. And now they've lost Barry Wilburn. Barry Wilburn, former Washington Redskin All-Pro and Super Bowl 22 champion. We just got that notification on Twitter here from the Washington Redskins that Barry Wilburn has passed away. So not a great couple days here if you are a old school Washington fan. I still don't get why they had Bon Jovi. Aren't there plenty of people from New England that are like celebrities that they could have used? Why they got to steal jerseys, Bon Jovi? Our men and women service members, as we see them, big ups to them. Look at that flyover. Oh, yeah! USA! 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 Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, Jet. Look at that. That's a beauty. Hit the thrusters. Now we got to have another commercial break to see who's going to get the coin toss. I love how they do this. You got to milk it. It's the Super Bowl. Milk that ad money, baby. I'm going to be honest. I've only watched the first Scream. I've never watched any of the other Screams. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now they got 7 coming out here. I've never watched any of the other Screams. You can watch it, Pepper Jack. That's fine. I'll stick with my original. The best. Oh yeah, that's right. Ice Nine Kills is on the soundtrack. That's right. All right. Well, I mean, Jenna Ortega did pull out, so I'll watch it. I'm waiting for Jimbo to make a pull out and Jenna Ortega joke in the chat. We'll see if he does that. Jimbo in the chat just says they got to play all the commercials now because everyone is tuning off at halftime. That's because everybody's going to be tuning in to Stay Tuned Sports and our halftime extravaganza coming your way at halftime. Jimbo says Scream movie. Not the first. The first one was great, dude. The first one was great, and it was perfect for its time, and I think it was perfect as kind of like it was the horror movie that was a horror movie, but was also making fun of horror movies while still being a horror movie. What I thought was it was very cool. Wes Craven's awesome at that. And then it felt like it just Scream started getting into its own, like it became the thing it was making fun of, so it just kind of got weird. Crafty in the chat says, if NBC were milking this beginning anymore, they'd be Stay Tuned Sports. Yeah, would you rather watch all this, though, or would you rather watch a cool countdown with big, jumpy graphics? Come on, Crafty, you know you love me. Shut up. No, that was Skeet Ulrich. It wasn't Gavin Rosdale. The lead singer of Bush was good in it, I'll say that. Jalen Hurts is going to throw that ball. That's going to be incomplete. That is way off target. You know that has to be computer generated. There's no way Jalen Hurts is throwing that. If Jalen Hurts threw that whole stadium would be going up. He'd throw it into the mezzanine and start burning up. Oh, thank you. At least that one's good. That was a good one. That one was good for a laugh. Fuck Jalen Hurts. I'm trying to curse less. I am trying to curse less. Crafty says, I wonder what Jimbo was talking about. Yeah. Well, to be fair, back in the day, Skeet Ulrich and Gavin Rosdale did look a lot like. I was wondering what you were trying to say there, Jimbo. No, that's the What's his name? What is it? What is his actual name? Patullo? Yeah, Patulas is you're trying to say. No, that's the Patullo. Dude, Jalen Hurts wasn't that great. Hasn't been like the spectacular quarterback that everybody thinks he is forever. Long before Patullo. Like, relax. Crafty says, how many picks will Hurts have today? He's already got one. He's already got one with that goofy ass flag football in the Olympics commercial. Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Devon Witherspoon, Brady Russell, Leonard Williams, former New York Giant. Another reason I'm kind of rooting for the Seahawks. And Julian Love are the captains for the Seahawks. For the Patriots, Drake Maye, Hunter Henry, Robert Spillane, Marcus Jones, Harold Landry III, Brendan Schooler, and Christian Gonzalez. They are the captains for the Patriots. Honorary captains, just three, it seems like high school players here. Just Dominic, Sterling, and Yesenia. Yesenia Pestis is the name of like the Black Plague. So who names their daughter after the Black Plague? That's kind of awful. Kind of awful. Crafty says, word is that Hurts took his girlfriend out to dinner last night, and she asked him to pass the salt, but it got intercepted. Yeah, we did. We lost it. We had to go to extra ends. We had to go to an extra end, but we did lose to South Korea in curling yesterday. But we did beat Estonia today, so we're back on the winning side. We had lost to the UK and we lost to South Korea back to back after starting the curling undefeated. I think we were 4-0, 5-0, something like that. Then we lost 2 in a row, but we're back on the winning side on curling. So we'll see. U.S. The U.S. seems to be doing really well. There, we should be into that kind of playoff there to see if we can get medal. I like to see us medal there. That's the mixed doubles. We haven't gotten to the either male or female teams yet. The full 4 teams. This is just mixed doubles, which is just 2 curlers. So we'll see. We'll see how we do. And yes, the U.S. does have a team for the females and males as well. So the U.S. is all 3 disciplines of curling. We are in. Here we go. We've got the coin here, super special in a nice little box. He's walking up with it looks like the Morgan. Yeah, it's like an old school like Morgan silver dollar there. So here we go. The head representing heads, yes. Good flip, Joe. New England wins the toss as it landed on heads, and Seattle called tails. So they're going to switch over the sides of the field they're on, and New England has deferred to the second half, so Seattle will get the ball first. So we will put the possession arrows there, as you see moving on our graphic screen. Seattle will get the ball first here to open Super Bowl 60, as we are now 6:37. And have not kicked off the game. Remember they said 6:30 was the kickoff? Oh, crafty. Crafty says, I heard Peyton Manning was supposed to toss the coin, but he couldn't get his defense to carry him. Oh, listen, that's only his leg. Stop. You got to, stop. You can't be, we are not shitting on Peyton Manning. We don't do that here. Oh, is this the new Spielberg alien one, The Arrival or whatever, where they're coming here and the aliens are going to come kill us or something? Like I said, with all the Epstein stuff that's come out, actually learning about aliens seems like it would be, it's a step down. It's like, oh boy, something normal. Can we just get aliens? That'd be fine, other than, human blood sacrifices and, people jerky. Jimbo says, let's hope they do better than our bobsled team. I missed. Did our bobsled team not do good? I like bobsled, but I don't know. Jimbo says, never forget he has the greatest naked bootleg touchdown ever against the Cowboys. That was great. That was fantastic. But listen, nothing else proves my point more than that. And I've said this for years. You can ask my father. You can ask anybody in my family. I've been saying this for 30, 35, since I was a teenager. I've been saying this shit. If you're in a goal line situation, like on the 2-yard line, 1-yard line, if you're in that goal line situation, naked bootleg always works. Always works. Well, I don't know. What if your quarterback's not fast enough? Peyton Manning did it. Peyton Manning did it when he was in his 40s. He did it. You're going to sit there and tell me that he can... Naked bootleg always works. That's all I'm saying. And not enough teams do it. I don't know why, but they just don't. Jimbo says, on the 4-man bobsled team, they started running, and only one of our guys made it into the bobsled while the other 3 slid. Oh, my God. I got to see pictures of I got to see that. If that actually happened, I got to see that. Oh. Seattle brought their own flagpole with Steve Largent to raise the 12. That's pretty cool. And Malcolm Butler is ringing the bell there for the Patriots. He's going to break his arm. It seems like Malcolm Butler was a specific choice for the Patriots. As we're getting ready, you can see the stat tracker kind of loading up here. Kick is away, and Super Bowl 60 has begun with a touchback. That's going to be out to the 35-yard line. Thank you, Jimbo. I'll have to check that out. Okay, so here we go. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks from the 35-yard line. Darnold's going to go under center here. Walker in the backfield. And it's going to be a handoff to Walker. He goes up the left side, pulls upfield. Looks like he's going to get the first down, and he does. 10-yard gain on 1st down. Move the chains to the 45-yard line. 1st and 10, Seattle. Sam Darnold has 30 wins in the last 2 seasons, most by any starting quarterback in the NFL. Darnold, it's going to be a handoff here again to Walker. This time not nearly as good. Going to actually be like loss of a half a yard to a yard. Looks like they're going to say no gain. 2nd and 10. Coming up for the Seahawks. Again, thank you so much for joining us here on Stay Tuned Sports. My name is King, as we are watching along here with the Seahawks and the Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Darnold in shotgun, 2nd and 10. And Jigba in motion to his left, takes the snap. Darnold stops, looks, throws over the middle. It's caught! Tight end! Is that Barner? It is. Barner, number 88, with the catch. And that gets them all the way down to the Patriots' 40-and-a-half yard line, sorry. Fake double reverse. Darnold throws down the field. Looks, caught. They're going to say he caught it. They're going to say he wasn't. That was Cooper Kupp. They're going to say he wasn't bobbling it. They're going to say he did catch it in bounds. And that's going to be a 23-yard gain. We'll see if they take any more looks at this. He has it. I think that's good. They're not going to do any looks at it. So now from the 17-yard line, Darnold takes the snap. Got all the time in the world back there. He just floats that one out of bounds. Can't find anybody. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Now from the 17-yard line. Wow, Seattle moving quickly here on their first possession. Patriots decided not to throw a challenge flag on that one. 2nd and 10. Darnold's under center here. Got Walker in the backfield. Takes the snap. Hands it off to Walker. Walker gets 2 yards. It's down to the 15. It's going to be 3rd and 8. 3rd and 7. Depends on the spot. They say 3rd and 7. They say he got a little bit past the 15 there, so really on the 14.5 yard line. 3rd and a long 7 coming up here for the Seahawks. Darnold surveying the field. They got to get to the 7 for a first down. Darnold throws, and off the mark. Good coverage, incomplete. 4th and 7. Do the Seahawks want to play a little loose here, or are they going to go for the field goal? They say, it's the Super Bowl, baby. We're playing it nice and cool, nice and even. Just give us the points. Take the points in the Super Bowl. So that's what they're going to do. Kicking the field goal are the Seahawks. Snap, hold, kick is ugly, but it's through. And so Seattle takes the first lead of the game, 3-0 here in Super Bowl 60. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here on Stay Tuned Sports. Like as I said, my name is King. If you like any part of this broadcast, and I don't know why you would, but if you do, please hit that like button, hit that share button, let the world know we exist. That is a fantastic way to help us out. And of course, as always, if you haven't done so yet, or you're brand new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and that notification bell, as we are on the road to 1,000 subscribers and hopefully being monetized here on this great and glorious platform known as YouTube. So Seattle with a very decent opening drive here in the Super Bowl. Get 3 points. Stalled out there in the red zone. And they got to the 14.5 yard line, but no further. No further. And now that is where we are. Hold on. Have a little cheese and crackers. You got a snack. It's a Super Bowl, baby. It's snack day. Let's go. Let me see if I can find this video. Oh my God, they all fell out. Jesus Christ. Okay, at that point, you just can't. The United States has a two Olympic cycle ban from trying bobsled. You just can't do it. You just can't do it. The United States is no longer allowed to do bobsledding for at least the next 2 Olympic Games. Well, the Olympics are coming to Salt Lake City in 30. I don't care. I don't care. Not allowed. You can't do that in the bobsled, or out of the bobsled, as it were, and still think that you're going to... No. No more bobsledding. We are not brought to you by State Farm. Maybe the Super Bowl is, but we are not. Getting ready for the kickoff here. The Patriots will get their first possession of Super Bowl 60 coming up here. Myers back to kick off. Kick is away. Taken at the 1. Return to the 15, to the 20, to the 25. And tackled right just a little bit past the Lombardi on the Super Bowl logo. So here comes Drake Maye, and the New England Patriots offense. Listen, you all wanted the Chiefs out of the Super Bowl. We don't want the Chiefs. We're tired of these dynasties. Let's get... Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it, and you got the Patriots now back in the Super Bowl here. So once again, we must look at the Flying Elvis on a team participating in the Super Bowl. Drake Maye under center here for 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. That's going to be a handoff to Ramondre Stevenson. And that's a pretty good first down run. 6 yards? 2nd and 4. From the New England 34 coming up here. Lloyd says, making pizza at the moment. Great to see you, Lloyd. Thank you so much for joining us. I got some... We got some cheese and crackers. We got some chips. Pepper Jack's making more snacks through the day as well. Chili cheese tots will be made. We know that. That's going to be another run there by Ramondre Stevenson. That one only good for 2 yards, but 3rd and 2. So you got a 3rd and short coming up here from the 36. Can the Patriots get a first down here, or will it be a 3 and out on their opening drive? That would be not advantageous. Third and 2 as I crunch into the microphone. Drake Maye back. He looks out of the backfield. He throws, and missing the tackle is Seattle, and Stevenson is able to then get it across the first down marker, gets 7 yards. The Seahawks read it. They had it right. But who was that? Just missed the tackle on his legs. And Ramondre Stevenson able to get the first down. Fresh set of downs coming up here for the Patriots from their own 43-yard line, 1st and 10. Drake Maye under center. Booty in motion. Nope, sorry, that's Diggs in motion. Now he throws it to Diggs, who was in motion. Diggs does a little move, gets across the 50, down at the 49-yard line of Seattle. That's good for 8 yards. 2nd and 2 coming up from the Seattle 49. in the home of the 49ers, Levi Stadium. Josh McDaniels, the Patriots offensive coordinator, won Assistant Coach of the Year awards at the NFL Honors. That's going to be another handoff to Stevenson. And that's going to be good for 4 yards and a first down. Will Blolandres, if I'm saying that correctly, I have no idea if I am, in the chat says Kraft. I don't know if he means the owner of the Patriots. I don't know if he means cheese. Either way, thank you for joining us here, Will Blolandres. And I certainly hope that you have a fantastic Super Bowl Sunday with the rest of us. Oh! And down he goes! Drake Maye is sacked.
But too bad your ass got sacked.
Haven't had to do that one in a while. There we go. We got a first sack of the Super Bowl. Jen Will in the chat says, LMAO, I got censored. How'd you get censored? Who censored you? Oh, I said, come on, Seahawks, F Robert Kraft. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you're saying. Drake Maye, he's going to pull it down here and try running on 2nd and 20 after the sack. He gets a decent gain, 11 yards, and makes it 3rd and 9. So it's still 3rd and long, but not nearly as bad as it was. He gained all the yardage back from the sack, +1. So we know who Mr. Bolandres is rooting for here in the chat. He's going big for the Seahawks and says F Robert Kraft. 3rd and 9. Can the Seahawks defense, they're going to pin their ears back here? Diggs goes out wide to the left of Maye. Maye takes the snap. He runs. He's getting pressured. He just has to chuck it up, and he throws it away. Incomplete. Nobody in the area. Will that be a flag? I don't know. Witherspoon with the pressure on the blitz there. And it appears that the Patriots will have to punt the ball away. I asked if they were going to pin the ears back. The answer was yes. They absolutely were. So here we go now from the 43.5-yard line. Patriots going to punt this ball away. And the punt is indeed away. Fair catch called for by Rashid Shaheed at the 9. They're going to mark him down at the 10. They're going to say that's where he did put that up. So at the 10 is Rashid Shaheed and the Seattle Seahawks. And that is where they will start their second drive from the 10. 90 yards to glory. Why are we watching the Mandalorian and Grogu leading a team of Tauntauns on a sleigh? That's weird. I don't know. I've lost all interest in that kind of stuff, I'll be honest with you. Okay, let me check something here. I want to see if I can put something on here. Just trying to see if I could do something here. OC got General. He says, hey, man, what's your thoughts on John Harbaugh hiring and Matt Nagy? Okay. John Harbaugh hiring, fantastic. Wonderful. Love it. Love everything about it, clearly. I think that was who the Giants needed. I love seeing the fact that he is reorganizing the entire Giants franchise, and I think they needed that. They needed a whole big reorganization. I think they need a little bit more, obviously, getting rid of Tisch there. But I think that's great. Matt Nagy as the offensive coordinator. Initial reaction was, no, please God, no. After time to absorb it, it's like, again, not my first choice, but again, he's not the head coach. He's an offensive coordinator. I'll give it a shot. Listen, anything can't be worse than what we've had for the last little bit. So I'm not happy with it, but we'll see what happens. Darnold, first down and 10, throws, tipped up in the air and falls incomplete. Looking for JSN, could not get it to him. Incomplete, 2nd and 10 for the Seahawks from the 10-yard line. General in the chat says it's not the worst that could have happened. Yeah, it's not the worst, but I think Giants fans kind of went a little like, oh, we're so great, we got Harbaugh, and then, oh, we didn't. Throw here on 2nd and 10, gets it to JSN, going to be a gain of 4. I thought he might have caught it there at the 15, giving him forward progress, but instead they only say 4 yards. 3rd and 6 coming up from the 14-yard line. Lloyd says, back. 2 more pizzas to go. Well, technically 1, plus he's doing breadsticks. I get it. You got to listen. Me like you breadsticks. Breadsticks. 3rd down. Coming up here, Seattle Seahawks. They get up to the line. Darnold in shotgun. Jigba in motion. He's got now trips to the right. Now Barner in motion. He's still got trips to the right. Darnold takes the snap. Blitz by the Patriots. They miss. Darnold throws the ball. Oh, he had JSN open, and he overthrew it just a little bit. It was a little bit of a overthrow as he was getting rushed. The Patriots had a chance for a sack. Then they had a chance for another sack. Darnold was able to get it away, and JSN was behind everybody. If that connects, that's a touchdown. And it's just a little too far. 4th down and 6, and Seattle will have to punt. Yes, I did see that, Lloyd. I don't know what that I don't know what that means, if that means anything, but we'll see. Punt is going to be caught at about the 36-yard line, and that is where the Patriots will take over for their second possession of the game. 6:07 remaining here in the first quarter of Super Bowl 60, ladies and gentlemen. The Seahawks lead 3-0. Why am I getting sound on these things? I hate ESPN sucks dick. I just want to point that out there. In so many ways does ESPN suck dick, but it's I'm trying to curse less. I am sorry. I'm trying to curse less. I don't know. Again, Lloyd, I know you're very optimistic about the Redskins and the Redskins name coming back and all those things. Again, I agree with you on the point. It feels like the logo has a lot better chance of coming back because there was nothing truly offensive about the logo. The people who brought up the point about everything that came with the Redskins, they said it was the name. The name was offensive. Even though we've seen plenty of polls and we've seen all the other information that says that most Native Americans probably didn't feel that way. If this felt like more of a different demographic of people arguing for the sake of other people. They feel, whatever the political situation as it was, it feels like the political hurdle will be a little too much to overcome to try to get all of that back. I don't know if the name's coming back. I doubt it. Like, it seems like they're doing a lot of toes in water things here, but I don't think the name's coming back. The logo might. You might have Two Guns come back. And see that, but I don't see them coming back with a name. I would like to see everything about. I would like to see the name and the logo come back. I would like to see, obviously, they're doing the right thing by bringing back the uniforms. That should have never changed. Like, for anything. Like, if you wanted to still kind of have that little bit of continuity with your past, those uniforms, which are just beautiful football uniforms, leave them be. You want to change the name, you want to slap the W on there instead of having Two Guns, whatever, that's fine. It's not fine, but you know what I mean. So I never understood that as why you would kind of throw out the baby with the bathwater. So it's good to see that coming back because those uniforms are too beautiful to leave in mothballs. Now I just hope that no matter what you do, whether you just, like, again, my whole thing was just call them the Washington Americans. I think that would have fit perfectly. Play action for Drake Maye. 1st and 10, throws over the middle. That's going to be caught after a little bit of a bobble. But that is going to be a first out into Seattle territory. We got a little booty, baby. We got some booty here at the Super Bowl. Kayshawn Booty with the catch. 1st and 10 from the Seattle 43-yard line for the New England Patriots. I 1,000%. It was they did. They overreacted, heat of the moment, and threw everything out. Handoff here. That's going to be Henderson, and is that Henderson or Stevenson? I thought it was Henderson, but I might be wrong. No, it was Henderson. Look at that. Ha-ha! I was right. I'm not as dumb as I think I am. But either way, that did not go well. That's a 4-yard loss on that run. 2nd and 14 coming up from the 47 of the Seahawks. Coming up for the Patriots. Here's Pepper Jack. Hi, Pepper Jack. Pepper Jack getting ready. I think she's getting ready to make tots. I'm getting a little excited. Drake Maye floats a pass out to Henderson again, and it's going to be a loss of another yard. So make it 3rd and 15 from the 48. So that big pass to Booty, they got a big booty play, and then it's been nothing but backwards ever since here for the New England Patriots. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes you see a big booty, and then you just end up going backwards. You try to make forward progress, and you just do nothing but go backwards. 3rd and 15, Drake Maye in shotgun. He takes the snap. He's getting pressure off the end, and he gets sacked back at the 42-yard line of his old New England Patriots. Mark it down. That's sack number 2.
But too bad your ass got sacked.
And the punt is away. Caught at about the 8, returned up to the 14-yard line. They're going to say 13-yard line. Shaheed gets a 7-yard return there as they mark him officially at the 13-yard line. 3:29 remaining in the first quarter here of Super Bowl 60. There's a Brad Pitt 70s movie here? What the hell is this? Crafty hitting us with the in the heat of the moment. The Redskins changed their name in the heat of the moment. They didn't survive. I don't know any of there what that was, but apparently it's something on Netflix, so I have no idea. Now we've got headless people walking around. Oh, Liquid Death. I do love Liquid Death. Actually having the Liquid Death water, like at me and Pepperjack went to Coheed in Cambria. What was that? August or September? I forget. It was sometime. It was towards the summer, as the summer was fading into fall. We went to go see them, and we were like, we're thirsty, but we don't want to drink. We didn't want to drink or do anything like that. So we got some water, and they had Liquid Death there, and that's what we used because you get to hold it as a can, so it's kind of like you don't look like a complete asshole out there with your plastic bottle of water, And but even so, fantastic. It was wonderful. Crafty in the chat says the Pats got away with a block in the back on that punt that you could see from a mile away. And the fix is in. Crafty is big on the whole Patriots getting fixed to go win this Super Bowl. Well, we'll see. Right now, still 3-0 Seattle. Their defense doing work on the Patriots. The Patriots got a big plate of booty, and then on the next 3 plays went backwards, and then very backwards on a sack. Kenneth Walker with the carry here on 2nd and 8. Gets 2 yards. Nope, only going to give him a yard. 3rd and 7. Coming up here at the 16-yard line for the Seattle Seahawks. Honestly, I will be very honest with you, Lloyd. If they just went with Washington football team, I would be happy with it. If they had the logo, uniform, and everything like that, and just went Washington football team, work with it. Throw, that's going to be Barner with the catch, and he's going to get a first down and more down to the 27-yard line. First down, Seahawks. I got to give him actually to the 28-yard line. Barner has been coming up big in this early portion of Super Bowl 60 for Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks. Tight ends making it work. Darnold under center. 125 and counting remaining in the first quarter. Play action. It's going to be a toss out here. And that's going to end up being a massive loss of about 5 yards on the play. It was kind of a nifty little reverse there to Rashid Shaheed, but he could not get out of the backfield. Loss of 5, 2nd and 15. Back all the way to the 23-yard line for Seattle. Washington Americans, Washington football team, the Washington Rappahannock, if you want to kind of keep the WR thing. Instead of having Washington Redskins, you can call them after a tribe that is from the whole Potomac area there in the tidelands of eastern Virginia and Maryland and everything. I think that would be fine. Throw incomplete. Bounces off of Jackson Smith-Njigba's hand. Jackson Smith-Njigba has not been able to hold on to many of the balls thrown his way so far in his game. I don't know. I don't think he has a catch. Kupp's got a couple catches. Barner's got a couple catches. You're not going to have Braves because of the Atlanta Braves and all that, so you're not going to get the Braves. That's not happening. The Potomacs, maybe. I like Rappahannock's because it has the same kind of sound as Potomacs, plus it has the R in there. So Darnold looks, throws. That's going to be out of bounds. He was looking for JSN again, but it's going to be incomplete. And 4th and 15, and Seattle is going to have to punt. So very, as they would say in the soccer world, it's a very cagey affair. And Jimbo in the chat says, oh, JSN is sucking because I have him in a anytime touchdown parlay. That'll do. You want to curse somebody, put him in your parlay, put him in the bet on him, and that's the way that's going to happen. The fix is in, Jimbo. Just ask Crafty. Crafty knows. The fix is in. 32 seconds remaining here in the quarter. Punt is away. Originally got at the 32, then went backwards. Could have gotten stopped even further back was Marcus Jones, the returner here for New England, but gets it back up to the 32 for no gain. So you just next time, just do the fair catch, man. Just do the fair catch. Save yourself the trouble. Bon Jovi. Jay-Z is there. Arrest him. He eats babies. He's drinking adrenochrome. We know that now. Dude, the Epstein files are wild. If you have a chance, go take a look. It's fucking wild. I'm trying to curse less, but it's wild shit. Wild shit in there. 19 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. Drake Maye under center. Takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff here. That's going to be Stevenson getting about 5 to 6 yards on the carry. They're going to give him 5 down to the 37-yard line. And that, ladies and gentlemen, as I punch the mic stand, the boom anyway, is going to be the end of the first quarter here in Super Bowl 60. 1 quarter down, only 3 quarters left here in the National Football League season of 2025. Why is that not working? Hold on. I got to look at something. Alicia in the chat says, hi, looking good, King. Thank you so much, Alicia. You're looking fantastic yourself. Thank you so very much for that. And thank you, everybody, for joining us here on Stay Tuned Sports for Super Bowl 60. I am your boy, King, hanging out with you, apparently looking great. I don't know about that, but thank you very much if you do think so. If you like anything about this channel, including my good looks, which I don't know why you would, but if you do, hit that like button, hit that share button, let the world know this channel exists. And, of course, as always, if you haven't done so yet, or this is your first time here, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button and that notification bell as we are on the road to 1,000 subscribers and hopefully being monetized on this great and glorious platform known as YouTube. If you want to help us out a little bit more directly, if you will, link for our donation station and our merch store is in the top of the chat and in the description below. If you are in the chat room, whether you're on desktop or mobile, make sure if you're on desktop that you click on live chat, not top chat. And if you're on mobile, make sure you click all messages and not top messages so you can see everybody's messages in the chat room. As we've had some people kind of like blocked on that. It was kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah, that has happened. So let me see. Why is this not working? Let me see. I want to see where did I go? Oh, here we are. Oh, that's why I don't have it. There we go. That's better. Oh, that's not better. Why is that like that now? Hold on. I thought I had everything set here. We're going to go back to that. We're going to pick up that. Go over to here. We're going to hit that. We're going to do that. Then we're going to do that. Then we're going to do that. Then we're going to go back over here. And then we're going to do that. And there we go. Now we're set. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are, as they say, cooking with gas. Has there been any really super great commercials on yet? I don't know if I've really seen anything. If this is a fucking minion, I swear to Christ. Oh my God, it's a goddamn minion. There's only one good thing that came from the minions, and that's banana. Because I, myself, I love bananas. The Hall of Fame is illegitimate. Is it because they didn't put in Robert Kraft? No. Is it because they didn't put in Bill Belichick? No. Is it because they didn't put in Eli Manning? Yes! That is why. Bunch of dirty, dirty bastards. Charissa in the chat. How you doing, Charissa? Thank you so much for joining us. Boy, I know Mom and Dad are with you. Do not have them watch this. I know the kids are with you as well. Don't have them watch this either. I am cursing less. I just want to let everybody know that I am cursing less. So we're going to start the second quarter here. 2nd and 5. Drake Maye is in shotgun. He takes the snap. Play action. Oh! If Bryant was looking for the ball there, that's an interception. Easy interception. It goes in and out of the hands of Hunter Henry, the tight end for the Patriots. It's a little behind him, but it's the Super Bowl. You got to catch that. And then the ball hits Bryant right in the face. But Bryant was looking to put the hit on Hunter Henry so hard that his brain just farted and said, instead of going, oh, ball, let me catch that, he said, I want to murder this guy. And that's how you get 3rd and 5 coming up now for the Patriots. Will Drake Maye make them pay? Trissa says too late. Oh well. It's going to be a handoff to Stevenson, and he goes nowhere. He might have gotten to the line of scrimmage. That is about it. And that's going to be 4th down. Indeed, no gain for Stevenson. 4th and 5 from their own 37, and the Patriots will have to punt. As I mentioned before, much like with how the soccer people would call it, very cagey affair. Early on in this game, very cagey affair. Edward in the chat says, hey, where can I watch the Super Bowl? On your broadcast network, NBC, WNBC. Wherever you got an NBC channel, you can go ahead and watch it. And if you have Peacock, you can go watch it on the cock. It's right there for you. If you just want to watch that, but you want to listen to some fat asshole talk to you about how the game's going and other nonsensical nonsense, then you can stay right here with your boy King and Stay Tuned Sports. But thank you for joining us, Edward. It's fantastic to have you here. Looking at Sam Darnold's journey there. Yeah, dude, that's part of the reason why I'm rooting for Darnold, man. Like, I saw what he went through here with the Jets and Jets fans and the Jet organization as a whole. And it's just like, how do you not root for this kid? Especially then, after that, you see what he does in Minnesota last year and in Seattle this year. You can't root against the guy. You can't root against him. Darnold, play action, steps back, looks deep, ball! And it is knocked away. Christian Gonzalez with the knockaway, the defensive play, incomplete, 2nd and 10. So Darnold and the Seahawks, they try to go deep. Rashid Shaheed was the intended receiver. But good defense in the secondary. As we know, the Patriots have great secondary defense. Stayed with him all the way, timed the jump perfectly to knock that pass away. Great, great defensive play. 14:04 here in the second. Now it is going to be a handoff to Kenneth Walker. He moves it up the left side, and he's going to get a first down and more. He's down the side. He steps out of bounds, but they are in New England territory from what it can see. Yes, at the 46-yard line is where he stepped out. 1st and 10, Seahawks. Kenneth Walker with a 30-yard run. Blow, that is tipped at the line, incomplete for Darnold, 2nd and 10. Jimbo in the chat says, Kenneth Walker is one of the 4 anytime touchdowns I need to hit for the parlay, so of course he's going to get tackled. Yeah, but Jimbo, he started to run all the way the hell back in his own territory, so. Here's another handoff to Walker, and Walker's going to break it through to the second level, to the 30, to the 25, to the 20, out at the 16-yard line. First down, Seahawks. Actually, they're going to mark him out at the 17 because I can't spot for shit. Sometimes I can. I blame the refs, honestly. I think I spot it correctly. I think the refs are just way off. I've said that before. I've said it before. So now from the 17-yard line, Darnold is under center. There's going to be another handoff to Walker. It seems like, hey, something's ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time it's going to be a loss of 2 yards on the play. 2nd and 12 from the 19-yard line. Jimbo's like, yep, couldn't have got 16 more yards. Could you, Walker? Thanks a lot. Jimbo is a very needy gambler. He's a very, come on, man. Help me out. Just don't get tackled. What's wrong with you, man? Kenneth Walker's Super Bowl picture there looks like he wore his school best for picture day. Sam Darnold, blindside, gets absolutely blown up. They're going to say that's a free ball. And now they say incomplete. Now they say forward pass and incomplete. They say no good. Will the Patriots challenge? Let's take a look. Hold on 1 second here. Chase on with the pressure. Blindside blitz. Yeah, that's a forward pass. He threw that. It might be illegal contact because it touched, I think, an offensive lineman before anybody else. Jimbo says that should be a penalty, a hit alignment. I didn't they used to call that? On 3rd and 12, it's going to be just another handoff to Walker, and he's going to lose another 2 yards. So the Seahawks once again get down into the red zone and then stall. And it's going to be 4th down, and it appears that they will go for another field goal. Didn't they used to call that? Like if the quarterback threw the ball and it hit a lineman first, even if it was the back of the head or whatever, if it touched the lineman first, that was illegal touching, and that was like a 5-yard penalty, wasn't it? Did they change that rule? In maybe, I don't know. Maybe I don't pay attention to all the minutia that happens. I don't know. 39-yard field goal attempt for the Seahawks. Oh, I never changed the possession back to the Seahawks. Oh, Jesus. That kick is up and it's good. So all that time I'm talking about how the Seahawks are doing well, I never moved it to being the Seahawks actually having the ball. Oh, boy. I'm on the ball with it today. So, you're seeing top quality content here on the biggest day of the year for the NFL from your boy King here. Yeah, Jimbo agrees with that. I could have sworn that used to be a penalty. I could have sworn that used to be a penalty back in the day. Well, what do I know? I'm just some fat guy in Jersey. Delicious potato chips, by the way. Alicia in the chat says, hey, I'm back. My phone was being difficult. We've all had those problems. Don't forget the Stay Tuned Sports Halftime Extravaganza coming up at halftime. If you don't like foul language, you might not want to tune in. I'm saying that for the people that I know might be watching. Maybe don't. You might, but hey, listen, if you do, and you feel like that might be just a better alternative than what the actual halftime show is going to be, then by all means, stick around. But just know that you have been warned. I give Pepsi credit for making fun of Coke with the polar bears. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. We can move that back over. I know I had it on, just added on the Patriots. But there you go. Patriots are going to have the possession coming up here. 11:16 remaining in the second quarter. The Seahawks with a 6-0 lead. Thought there might be a little bit more offense at this point. But goes to show you, I don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody's favorite player to talk about, Kayshon Boutte. Everybody loves mentioning a little bit of Boutte every now and then. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, the guy that you pronounce his name very deliberately. Or you just say JSN. Because if you screw up that last name, you're in trouble, my friend. $11:16, as I mentioned here, getting ready for the kickoff. That's why for most of the season, I was just saying JSN. I'm not quite getting the American Psycho. What I don't know where you're getting that from, Lloyd, but whatever. I don't know. Jimbo says the over-under has gone all the way down to 36.5 on the live betting. It closed at 45.5, so it is down nearly. I'm guessing that's on FanDuel. On DraftKings, it's currently at 37.5. And the Seahawks are up to 5.5-point favorites if you're live betting as it currently stands. First down and 10 for the Patriots. It's going to be a three-yard run from Trayvon Henderson. Setting up 2nd and 7 from their own 38-yard line. Mike Vrable on the sideline, coaching up the defense. Both defenses playing very well right now. Drake Maye back to throw. He's going to get sacked again.
But too bad your ass got sacked.
And that's going to make it 3rd and 17. Oh, Lloyd says, it's from, I know it's American Psycho. I know Patrick Bateman's American Psycho. He says, I was going through comedy films on Peacock, and it's in the comedy section. I don't think it's a I think it is. Honestly, it's a black comedy. It really is. It's a very dark black comedy. But it is, if you ask the people who did it, even Chuck, who wrote the book, said it's meant to be an absurdist kind of dark comedy. So, yeah. It might be right there. By the way, that's going to be Diggs gets 4 yards on the pass that makes it 4th and 13. Diggs is talking some shit to the guys on the sidelines as he goes off, and I'm sure they're saying, well, we're up 6-0, so shut your mouth and get off our sidelines. And the Patriots are going to have to punt here. So 3 and out for the Patriots. As I mentioned, both teams' defense is playing rather well here. Kick is away. As I mentioned, though, if you're going to see like a fake punt happen, it might happen in this game. Why not? Empty the bag of tricks. Yeah, I know you're kind of taken aback by that, Lloyd, but yeah, I believe it actually is a comedy. And like I said, an extremely dark comedy, but it is a comedy. Lloyd says it's darker than the Dark Knight trilogy. I don't know. Christian Bale in the last two films, he did too much with the voice. Batman Begins was fine. I thought it was fine. Then in Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, he's like, "Hey, no, and everybody wants to see Mommy doing Gotham." What? What are you saying? What? Batman, I can't understand you. What? I don't. I know you're trying to hide your voice, ooh, spooky, but I can't physically communicate with you, Batman. Like Sylvester Stallone with a sore throat. It was a poor choice. It was a poor acting choice. That's all. It still doesn't take away from how great The Dark Knight was. I thought Dark Knight was still a fantastic movie, still one of the best comic book movies ever made. And Heath Ledger was absolutely murdered it as Joker. Clearly, again, I think he is probably one of, if not the top Joker. I think you could make an argument between him and Jack Nicholson. We don't mention Jared Leto. We don't. Sorry, Charissa, we don't. Which is, I agree, but it's good. I think it's a fine trilogy too. I think Dark Knight Rises gets way too much shit for being like, oh, it's so bad, it's so bad. It's like, I don't think it was a bad movie. Could it have been better? Sure, but I don't think it's a bad movie. I mean, the problem is how do you top Dark Knight? How do you top how great that movie was? Like, no matter how they closed out the trilogy, I don't think anything was ever going to be as good as The Dark Knight was. But that, to me, doesn't make Dark Knight Rises a bad movie or ending on a downer. I thought it was fine, but people, as George Carlin once said, people, the person is smart, people are stupid. And I think that in most aspects of life is true. You get the individual, they generally have a good idea of what they're talking about. But you start getting them into groups and getting into the whole groupthink and herd mentality, and next thing you know, people just turn into drooling morons. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks from the 29-yard line. Darnold under center. That's going to be a handoff to Kenneth Walker. Bounces up the right side. And that's going to be, where are they going to mark him out? They're going to say good enough for nope, just short. I thought he got good enough for a first down. They're going to call him just short. 9-yard gain. 2nd and 1 coming up from the 38-yard line. Yeah, I'm not happy with how the Odyssey looks. It's very not even close to trying to be historically accurate or even thematically accurate. It's just, it's unfortunate. But, that happened with Ridley Scott, too. Ridley Scott used to make bangers, and it's just, he's not there. Well, that's going to be real close. Are they going to give him the first down there or not? How could you even tell where the forward progress was? They are saying he did get the first down marker. Look at that. First down, Seahawks. Okay, if you say so, Mr. Official. If and you say so. He did, okay. On that replay, you can see he did. Play action. Sam Darnold. Whoa! Getting pressured. Gets away from the pressure. Throws. It was a bit of a hurry throw. A little bit behind Walker. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. So the Patriots, they are getting back there. They are getting a Darnold. They haven't been able to get a sack yet, but they are getting pressure. As you see Walker coming off the field, look at something maybe up with his helmet. Oh, he's getting the visor cleaned. Looking to get a drink of water from the water girl. Darnold is in shotgun here on 2nd and 10. Patriots showing pressure. They're showing blitz. And they are. There they come. Quick throw from Darnold. That is going to be caught by Cooper Kupp. And that's going to be good for about 7.5 yards. So we got 3rd and 3 or 3rd and a long 2. Coming up. Depends on how they want to spot this ball. They do say 3rd and 3 indeed. Cooper Kupp with the reception. We are at 7:29 and counting here in the second quarter. Darnold back. He's looking. Avoids pressure. Completes it to Walker out of the backfield. That's good for a first down. He's still fighting for yardage. Will not go down. Finally goes down. And that's going to be good for a couple yards there to the New England 47-yard line. That's what, 5 or 6 yards? So 1st and 10 from just inside New England territory at the 47-yard line. Darnold's under center. Takes the snap. Hands it off to Walker. He takes his time, and he gets a couple yards, about 4 yards. Kenneth Walker ordered with 12 touches, 86 yards already here in the first half. Under 6 minutes to play here in the first half. Seattle with a 6-0 lead, 2nd and 6 from the 43 of New England. We got a handoff to Helwani here, and that's only going to be good for about a yard. And that's going to make it 3rd and 5. Seattle 2 for 6 on their 3rd down conversions. Again, both defenses played very well in this game so far. Darnold in shotgun. Out of the backfield, gets it to... No! Walker dropped it! Oh, God! He had him, and what would likely have been a first down, he just would have backpedaled to a first down, but he dropped it. And that's going to be now 4th and 5, and most likely a punt coming up here from Seattle. I get it, Lloyd. I do get it. Punt is going to land inside the 10, I think. Where did that go out? I thought that went up near the 10. That kept on going. Oh, that was out at the 3. They're marking that out at the 3-yard line. 97 yards to glory for the New England Patriots. Are they going to be able to do it? We're going to find out. Coming up here, 4:58 remaining in the second quarter. Jimbo says the NFL script saw how last year's Super Bowl score went, and they were like, yeah, no, we can't have that again. But now we're just going the opposite way. Instead of having it like being a blowout, having at least one offense, some offense there. Now we've gotten no offense. Super cagey affair here. Listen, because that's the other thing too. Like, this has still been okay. It's been a defensive battle, and that's fine. Nothing was as bad as 54. That was the Patriots and Rams. That might have been the most boring Super Bowl I ever watched. Was that the first Super Bowl we watched together? Pepper Jack, I think that was. I think that was the first one we watched together. That was the one where the NXT did the halftime show. We watched the NXT halftime show. And I think that one was by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can see this. Look at the beautifulness that is Pepper Jack's chili cheese tots here, ready just to be consumed. Oh, look at that. What a gorgeous melty cheese. Deliciously fried potatoes. Some chili. Oh, God. Of course it's going to be good, Pepper Jack. Well, everybody just tell Pepper Jack it's going to be good. Can't beat that. Oh, let's go. Jimbo says no, it was the Peyton Super Bowl 48 with the Broncos, the complete blowout. No, because even that one was a little bit interesting just to see how bad it got. Like, that's the thing. Even with the Eagles and Chiefs, it wasn't that bad because it was kind of like, oh, boy, how bad is this going to get? How bad are we getting? Like, I kind of wanted to, there's at least that part of it. The Rams and the Patriots was just straight up boring. Like, there wasn't even, it's just so bad, it's good. Let's watch for the torture of it. It wasn't even that. It was just bad. Jimbo says, dude, could you imagine a Super Bowl at one of our houses with me and Pepper Jack cooking all the food? Nobody go hungry. That's for sure. Because I don't know if anybody knows this. Jimbo, he's very good with his meat. He works his meat better than almost anybody. And Pepper Jack is great at making the snacks, putting the snacks together, creating new snacks, trying out new things and new different. And now, chili cheese tots is not anything new. You're not breaking a mold with it, but she does it so well, and it's so good. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 3. The Patriots hand off here. Actually, it's from the 2. I don't know why they just marked it from the 3. That's actually from the 2. So it's 98 yards to glory. It looks like they get up to about the 5-yard line. And that's going to be 2nd and 7. 3-yard run there for Ramondre Stevenson. Yes, Jimbo, your nuts are fantastic as well. I've always been a big fan of your nuts. Always salted to perfection. 4:24 and counting remaining. 2nd and 7. Drake Maye takes the snap. He's back. Oh, we've got whistles before everything happens. And is this our first flag of the game? No, it's a timeout by the Seahawks. Let me put my one plate down there. As we get ready here, as we see the Seahawks be down 1 timeout. If I just move this over here, then I can have that, and then I can actually have the food right here as I eat. I'm going to eat right in front of all your ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the crunching, munching, and moaning as I eat this delicious chili cheese top platter here, but that's just what's going to happen, folks. I hate to tell you. It's the Super Bowl. That's how things work. 2nd and 7. Again. 4:21 remaining. Drake Maye back, looks, throws, incomplete. He threw well behind his intended receiver, who was Mac Hollins. Incomplete, so that's going to be 3rd and 7 now coming up. If you're the Patriots, man, you do not want to punt from the shadow of your own end zone. Patriots have to get to the 12-yard line for a first down. They are currently at their own 5. 3rd and 7. Drake Maye looks, throws low, but it is caught. And that's going to be a first down to Mario Douglas, number 3, with the reception. Keeps the drive alive all the way up to the 14-yard line. They needed to get to the 12. They got to the 14. 1st and 10, Patriots. They're not punting yet. Alicia in the chat says, I love Jimbo's nuts. Well, I think we're talking about 2 different nuts. Ramondre Stevenson with the carry there. 3 yards, gets pushed out of bounds. 2nd and 7 from the 17. 3:30 remaining. By the way, yeah, there's been no flags in this game, which is, first of all, fantastic. Keep it up. Which is hilarious, considering how the rest of this season has gone with the absurdity of flags. And now here we are in a Super Bowl, and everybody's keeping the flags in, which is good, which is the way it should be. Drake Maye throws. He just threw that one away. as he was getting pressured, almost had a third sack there. Incomplete, 3rd and 7. Pepper Jack, you're the GOAT! Oh, God. So good. Third and 7, Drake Maye takes a snap, and we've got whistles again. And now we do have our first flag. We had to jinx it, didn't we? And it's going to be false start on the Patriots. So we have our first flag of the Super Bowl, and it's false start on New England. Yeah, he did the little rock back. Can't do it. New England, 2 of 6 on 3rd downs. This is now 3rd and 12. Drake Maye just bombing one out. And that was out of bounds by quite a bit. Incomplete. Looks like Mac Hollins was going to be the intended receiver. 4th and 12 from the 12. New England's going to have to punt the ball away. Remember, Seattle got the ball first, and New England will get it in the second half. Kick is away. Rashid Shaheed, he's going to return that all the way up to the 43-yard line. That's going to be a return of 11 yards. And that will be where Seattle has it. 1st and 10 with 2:50 remaining. So we're 50 seconds away from the 2-minute warning, which means we're going to commercial break now. When we hit the 2-minute warning, there's going to be a commercial break there. Then there's going to be long commercial breaks for halftime. Then there's going to be a halftime show. Then another long commercial break. And then we'll get ready for the second. So we still got about an hour and a half before we hit the second half. And currently, if we take a look at the poll that we have up here, who will win? The superb owl. This particular year, the Patriots at 25%. The Seahawks there with 75%. So, and now that actually just jumped up. We got another vote there. And now it is 77% to 23%. So now over 2/3 of the people voting here in our poll think it will be the Seahawks who end up victorious here. We're going to find out in a little bit. Right now, the Seahawks do lead 6-0 over the New England Patriots in a defensive cagey battle. I'm just going to keep on saying cagey battle. This is a very cagey Super Bowl. And boy, how wrong I was. Because if anybody wants to pay attention or go back and actually look at the Friday forecast, I predicted a 31-23 score. I said Seattle would win 31-23. A little bit wrong. It seems like that's going to be a little bit wrong right now, if we're going to be honest with you. Then again, I was never quite known for my prognostication. I think I won one Thursday night pick all year. I don't think I won the first, maybe, it was late in the season I might have. But the Thursday night game, or whatever the first game of the season was, I picked wrong all the time. So then again, not really great at the prognostication part of everything. Crafty in the chat says, what the F did they do to that great Phil Collins song? Look how they massacred my boy. Yeah. That seems like all anybody can do these days is just massacre the greats. First and 10. Sam Darnold under center. He takes the snap. Play action. Rolls. Throws. It's going to be caught. Cooper Kupp near about the 50. In fact, that is where they put him. 2nd and 3. Clock is ticking. This is probably going to be the last play, barring an incompletion or a stop at the clock before the 2-minute warning. We'll see what happens here. 2nd and 3. Darnold's under center again. It looks like this is a run formation here. And indeed it is. It's a handoff to Walker, and that's going to be a first down and into New England territory to about the 43-yard line. And that is indeed where they will be. It is the 2-minute warning. Strap in. We got more commercials to show, ladies and gentlemen. You got to make that money. Got to make that money. I get it. I get it. Listen, as I've said many times on this channel, if I had the chance to sell out and have presented buys and brought to you buys and things like that, if you don't think that I would sell out in a heartbeat for just a little bit of cash, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know this about me, but I am an American capitalist. I love money. I would like to have money. I don't have money, but I would like some. And so anybody who has that idea of like, oh man, I would never sell out. I would never put ads on my channel. Good for you. I'm glad you have those fantastic principles that you have. You're going to stick there and say, I'm not going to take any ads. I'm not going to do anything like that. That's fine. Me, on the other hand, you want me to wear something that looks like a NASCAR advertisement shirt? You got it. Turn me into a NASCAR, baby. I don't care. Give me that money. Need a little scratch. Here we go. Project Hail Mary. Will this be a good movie? I doubt it. Nothing Hollywood really puts out there is good. You know Hollywood is super pissed about that Markiplier movie, Iron Lung. They just let a YouTuber fund his own movie, make it, made deals with the theaters to release it. It's a 50-50 split. Ended up making $20 million. Almost beat out a Disney movie on opening weekend. And also got to the point where it was doing so well that Hollywood, the Hollywood elite, whoever it is, made them take it off of the box office listings because they didn't want it to show how embarrassing it was for them. Jimbo in the chat says, will you wear a Jalen Hurts jersey for $100? No. I said I would sell out. I didn't say I would whore. That's the difference, Jimbo. I may be a sellout, but I'm not your whore, man. I'm not your filthy whore. I'm not going to wear your whore jerseys. Like, that's the thing. You're never going to see me wear an Eagles jersey. You're never going to see me wear a New York Rangers jersey. You're never going to see me wear a Cowboys jersey. Like, there are standards. There are standards that we all must abide by. So here we go. Out of the 2-minute warning, handoff here to Kenneth Walker on 1st and 10. He's going to get maybe a yard, 2nd and 9. Upcoming, clock is running. Jimbo says, so Ted DiBiase is wrong. Every man doesn't have his price. That's right. Close, but still, there are some standards. You got to hold on to some standards, man. Sam Darnold in shotgun. Takes the snap, throws out of the backfield, gets Halani. Halani gets down to the 30. That's going to be 3rd and 2. I'm sorry, to the 35. 30 got down to the 30. It's to the 35. 7-yard gain. We are at 52, 51, and 50 seconds remaining. Seahawks want to make sure they take every little bit of clock off here. See if they either get a field goal or, obviously if they get a first down here, you might see them start using a little bit more of the timeouts. They got 2 left. Hand off to Halani. Now he gets it down to the 30. And now I bet you're going to see a Seahawks timeout here. And indeed, that looks like is what is happening. So 32 seconds. They might put some time back on there. We'll see if they were a little late in getting the clock stopped, which usually does happen. But right now, it's 32 seconds. 1st and 10 on the 30. So 30 yards away from glory. We'll see what happens. And damn you, Jimbo, because now I got Ted DiBiase's theme in my brain. Money, 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 money. Every man's got his price. Every man's gonna pay. Money, 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 money. Man, wrestling was so cool in the 80s. 80s wrestling was cool. I don't care what anybody says. By the way, and like I said, I don't trust Hollywood. I don't believe in Hollywood. I don't like what Hollywood's doing. That being said, all that being said, I am, in fact, looking forward to Masters of the Universe. For the first time, it looks like they got He-Man right. It looks like they got everything right. They got battle. Now, here's the thing. I haven't seen Orko. And if they don't put my boy Orko in there, I'm going to be very upset. So you better have my wizard in there. I better see him. But they got Battle Cat. Tila looks great. The Sorceress looks great. Castle Grayskull looks great. Skeletor looks amazing. Evelyn looks great. Come on. On the surface, from the trailer, again, you're not looking at a lot of footage. I get all that. But, man, Masters of the Universe looks worth the price of admission for now. We'll see. I'll probably go into it and be like, oh, man, they ruined it. But for now, it looks great. No, Orko was not in Dolph's. They had some other. They'd put like a weird little gremlin thing or whatever in there. I forget who that was, but it wasn't Orko. But there was a time when I was a youngin', for Halloween, I think it was 3 years in a row, I was Orko. My mom handmade me an Orko costume, and it was straight up legit. It hooped out, so it had I looked like I was floating. It had the big pointy hat and everything was there. I had the purple scarf around there, and we made sure my eyes and everything were black, so I was straight up Orko. Did you do blackface to do Orko? Not like that. Shut up. But you know what I mean. 30 seconds left. Sam Darnold throws. That's going to be caught by Cooper Kupp. He's trying to get out of bounds. I don't think he will. He does not. Clock keeps running. He does get it down to about the 23-yard line. 2nd and 3. And Seattle's going to have to use their last timeout. So Seattle out of timeouts. Yeah, but this Skeletor looks great. Like, we'll be, yeah, no, obviously the cartoon Skeletor is, obviously he's great in the memes and it's funny to do all that, and he looked great there too, but this Skeletor looks amazing. They did a real good job with him. Darnold back, looks, throws. That's caught by Kupp, and it's inbounds. I thought he might have dropped it. Tick, tick, tick. And now the officials are coming in and saying, no, incomplete, which is actually helps out the Seahawks. Yeah, he clearly dropped that. Oh, no, maybe he didn't. I don't think he did. That's a catch. That never touched the ground. Oh, shit. Seattle's in trouble now because they stopped the clock and you got to do a 10-second runoff. Maybe just the tip? Just the tip? Oh, boy, that's let's see. That I think right there you can say, boy, that just tickled the tip of the grass. Just tip to tip there. I don't disagree with that assessment, Lloyd. Lloyd says Dolph's He-Man movie is cursed, but it's watchable compared to what is out now. And I don't disagree with that. That's real close. If you're Seattle, you're hoping it's incomplete. All right, they do say incomplete. They do say it just tickled the tips. Lloyd says just a tip, just for a second, just to see how it feels. And it felt like an incomplete pass. So 3rd and 3 coming up here. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Darnold in the huddle on a knee. Telling his guys, what are we going to do here? We're going to score a touchdown? We're going to settle for a field goal? What are we going to do? Ready, break. And now that they've set up and ready to break, we've got another stop because now New England's going to take a timeout. This is going to turn into an NBA game, isn't it? I think he has been, too. As we see here, Sam Darnold blitzed on 65% of his dropbacks. He's 4 of 11, 57 yards versus the blitz. But he hasn't turned the ball over, and I think that's the biggest thing. When I was going to this game, the biggest thing I said was, if Sam Darnold cannot turn the ball over, he'd be fine. And I said, if Drake Maye can keep his jersey clean. Now, we've already seen he's been sacked 3 times, and Darnold hasn't turned the ball over. And I think that's why we're looking at this as right now a 6-0 Seahawks game. Darnold throws down the field. Oh, incomplete. Christian Gonzalez with another defensive play. Spectacular. That's the second one he's made today. And it is incomplete. 4th down and 3. And it appears that the Seahawks will go for the field goal and make it a 2-possession game at least. It'll be 9-0 if they do make this field goal attempt. Alicia in the chat says it's never just a tip. We know that. Well, apparently on that particular play, it was. So here we go. Snap, hold, kick is up, and you can't get a straighter kick than that, which is saying something in the San Francisco Bay Area. But there you go, 9-0. Seattle holds the lead. 11 seconds remaining. The Patriots will get the kickoff here. My guess is that they will kneel this out, go into halftime down 9-0, and then they will get the ball first in the second half. Pat McAfee on Twitter saying, do you think Darnold's going to stop messing around towards Gonzalez at some point? Yeah, you might be doing a little bit of teasing because Gonzalez has had his hands on 2 passes, knocking them away. Great defensive plays, but people are wondering if maybe he should have picked those. Kickoff is taken at the 4, return to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, down to the 29-yard line. And there are 6 seconds remaining here, and it appears that the Patriots will go ahead and kneel this out. Everybody on Twitter mentioning how they are really severely sweating out their either first touchdown prop bets or their anytime touchdown scorer bets. There is nary a touchdown to be found. The Patriots kneel this ball down, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Halftime of Super Bowl. Let's see, will the HT work or will it just be H? The HT works at halftime. There we go. We have reached halftime here of Super Bowl 60. Patriots will get the ball first in the second half. Put their timeouts back up there. We'll get the Seahawks timeouts back up there. We got all that stuff. We only had 1 flag in the game. That was a false start on the Patriots. That's it. So that's always good. You love to see that. I love to see that anyway. But, yeah, everybody's sweating out their anytime touchdown scorer bets, their first-time touchdown scorer bets. Just checking to try to see what anybody else is saying. Brandon Perner from That's Good Sports says, if we want to see some touchdowns, the NFL needs to go and get both defenses drunk at halftime. They're going to be in there long enough. You might as well, throw a couple brewskis their way. You know what I mean? One of the famous players for the Patriots was named Brewski. Have Brewski bring in some brewskis. It'll all work. I saw someone say that they saw a leak of the Super Bowl 61 logo. I don't believe it as of yet. It kind of looks like somebody was trying to mimic or imitate what the Super Bowl 56 logo was, which was also in LA, and that's what I mean. So it doesn't look nearly as well done. So I'm holding off but right around this time is where we usually get the reveal of what the next season Super Bowl logo is going to be. So we'll see. Again, that's going to be at SoFi Stadium next year. I believe it's Valentine's Day, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready. It's going to be either some people are going to be very amorous during that time, or might have a couple divorces and breakups. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Crafty in the chat says Derek Carr may be unretiring. I did see that. He said under the right circumstances he might look and come back. Who would that be for? Minnesota? Perhaps, maybe Arizona. We don't know. We'll find out. Lloyd says he's put on an alternate Super Bowl. So you're not going to watch my Super Bowl halftime show? Because we got one. We do have one here. I'm going to give it a little bit here because I want to kind of see if I could time it out right so that I'm not, coming back during the middle of stuff. So we'll wait all for this stuff. We'll wait for them to set up. And then when the halftime starts, we'll throw it on there as well. Yes, I did mention that as the show started there. Barry Wilburn passed away there, Redskins legend. Alicia, so what's everyone doing since halftime's going to be garbage? You're going to be watching the Stay Tuned Sports halftime extravaganza coming up here momentarily. As I said, just waiting. I'm going to time it up. Yeah, it's here. It's here. It's happening. You can watch a little bit of the other ones if you want. You can do all that, but I'm waiting because I want to make sure that, the timing is right. I want to make sure the timing's right. I'm all about the timing, and I also want to make sure I get all my snacks and stuff ready. You gotta be prepared. You gotta be ready to go here. And we just, okay. So we'll do a quick recap of what happened in the first half. Defense. Couple of sacks for the Seahawks. Defense. Field goal, and defense. That's what we've had here in this game, and it has been there. Crafty says, STS halftime extravaganza. Yes, indeed it is. As we take a look at the NBC desk, as they've got the Lombardi Trophy there, they've got their panel there. I think, is that Fred Warner? Because he's there. You got Fred Warner. You got Devin McCourtney. You got Jason Garrett. God, Jason Garrett. Just maybe it's just ginger guys just anger me. I don't know why. Just, redheaded dudes are just like weird, ugly, just, I don't know. I don't know if they're people. Lloyd says, I can't wait till my breadsticks are done. Dude, I don't know what else to do. Like, I just had maybe the greatest Philly cheese tots in history. And, like, I don't know what to do with myself. Like, they're just fantastic. Again, Pepperjack, she knows what she's doing, man. She knows what she's doing. When it comes to the snack game, listen, you talk about anything else, she is a fantastic cook, by the way. Oh, she's Italian. Come on. Of course she's a great cook. But when it comes to the snack game, man, there is nobody quite like Pepperjack that hits it. As we see, as they're going to get ready for the halftime performance now. So I guess we will do the same. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in, get ready, and prepare yourself for an experience unlike any other. If there are small children or animals in the room, make sure that you escort them out, because this isn't going to be for the faint of heart, as well as the elderly. Please make sure that all your pacemakers are put into their upright and locked positions. The Stay Tuned Sports Halftime Extravaganza, ladies and gentlemen, begins now.
Right shit. No more 300-yard penalty marathon. Burn the flags. Burn the fucking zebra. Again! Jake's fucking dead! Fuck!
Yo. Super Bowl Sunday. Thought we getting fire. But they booked this clown, man, the NFL retarded. Bad Bunny. More like sad funny. Shout out. Crafty. Let's go. Bad Bunny sucks. Yeah, he trash, no cap. Tool for the left. Spitting woke crap. Singing in Spanish, well, that ain't right. Girl screwed up, then the halftime lights. Bad Bunny sucks. Puppet on strings. Left us elite, pulling here, the commie bells ring. Super Bowl fumble, biggest L of the year. Bring back the real ones, get this Bunny out of here. Benito acting like he king of the trap, but your flows watered down, straight cultural crap. Puerto Rico pride, cool but don't front. You pushing that agenda, every verse a blunt. Ice out, crying at the Grammys like a simp. While real Americans work, you collect the blimp. Endorse the left, trash the right on the mic. Now you on the biggest stage, fuck that, get on my sight. Halftime supposed to be burgers, flags and bombs. Not some reggaeton lecture dropping woke songs. You cross-dress, vibe skirts and nails on fleek. NFL went global, forgot about Bad Bunny suck. Yeah, he trash, no cap. Tool for the left, spitting woke crap. Singing in Spanish, well, that ain't right. NFL screwed up, then the halftime lights. Bad Bunny suck. Puppet on string. West elite, pulling here, the commie bells ring. Super Bowl fumble, biggest L of the year. Bring back the real ones, get this Bunny out of here. First Spanish only headliner, that's the plan. Divide the nation, make English feel banned. Citizens screaming, this ain't America no more. While Roger Goodell bowing to the coastal shore. You gentrify beats, steal from the streets, then preach resistance while you counting receipts. Hurricane Maria, blame Don every track. But Sleepy Joe let the grid rot where your diss at. Now Levi Stadium about to turn into a rally for open borders, pronouns, and every leftist fallacy. NFL Dave, Jay-Z cash the check, so the soul of football for a Latin flag. Yo, Bad Bunny, stay in your lane. Your music's for clubs, not the red, white, blue game. We want hits, not lectures, not your tears. Super Bowl sign flag, you're the biggest losers. Yeah, rubber strings tight, elite in control. Dancing for the cameras, selling out your soul. Yo, February 8th, we supposed to cheer. Instead, we getting propaganda year after year. Bad Bunny sucks. Overrated and lame, left this lapdog playing the victim game. NFL yard tripping, should've booked the king like M. Dre. Snoop, real American bling, but nah, you chose the Bunny. Now watch it flop, Super Bowl ruined. Yeah, the culture got you. Bad Bunny sucks. Bad sucks. NFL fumbled the bag. Now the whole world's stuck. Fade out.
I see you smirking on your timeline, popcorn in your head, typing finally over like you planned it all along. You waited 3 whole seasons baby, I'm still standing with my man, waving my flag. You thought the dynasty died, thought the confetti fell for someone else, but I've got a tight end who still calls the shots, and darling, his wood rings my bell. They say karma's a relaxing thought, but not tonight. My blood is running hot. You celebrated, but be careful for what you wished for. You got it. So kiss my ass if you're happy the Chiefs ain't in the Super Bowl. Eat my glittery championship ass, you miserable cunts. Yeah, fuck your little victory lap, your champagne that's gone flat. I'm still the queen of this football rodeo, and you can kiss my ass. Kiss it, kiss it, kiss my ass. Red lipstick for the haters. Yeah, kiss my ass. You posted all your memes. Your ding dong, the witch is dead. While I'm in my suite with champagne, still wearing number 87 red. You hate that we were everywhere. The cameras love the show, but now you're gloating like you won, like you stole the glow. Newsflash, sweetheart, this ain't the end, but just the start. We'll be back next year to tear your life apart. They say what goes around comes back around. Well, honey, shut that shit down. Your joyride's about to crash. So kiss my ass if you're happy the Chiefs ain't in the Super Bowl. Kiss my diamond encrusted end zone ass, you petty little sluts. Yeah, shove your good riddance up where the sun don't shine. I'm still the one they're talking about every damn time. Kiss my ass, kiss it, kiss it, kiss my ass. Throw your shade, I'll throw it back. Kiss my ass. And to every bitch who smiled when we fell short, who tweeted thank God like it was sport, who partied like my heartbreak was your win. You can line up single file, wear a numbered pin. I've got a whole stadium of love still screaming my name while you're stuck in the comments playing your sad little game. So pucker up, darlings, make it count. This bitch ain't coming down. Kiss my ass if you're happy the Chiefs ain't in the Super Bowl. Kiss my untouchable, still glowing future champs again ass. Yeah, fuck a temporary high. You only did it 'cause I'll be ringside next year watching your hope die. Yeah. Kiss it, kiss it, kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. Kiss my motherfucking ass. And baby, we'll be back. Always are.
So, all right, halftime is over. We are done there. Great. Hope everybody had a fantastic time, no matter what you watched, whether you watched the Apple Music halftime show, whether you watched the Stay Tuned Sports halftime extravaganza, whether you watched some of the other alternative halftime shows that were out there for you to watch. No matter what you did, I certainly hope that you enjoyed it. Maybe you just went and took a giant shit. Either way, it was a good halftime. However you spent it is the way you spent it, and that's the way you want to feel about it. That's the way you do it. So now that we're done with all of that, I don't know. What are the early reviews on the Super Bowl halftime show? I have no. So far, I know for the commercials have sucked. The commercials have not been great. Nobody's been really impressed with it. Neither have I. But I haven't seen too much about. Internet seems to be a little bit split. Seems to be, we got here, this is, ESPN says the Benito Bowl was legendary. That's ESPN saying that. Of course they're going to say that. Underneath it, you have Miko saying loved every single moment of it. That thing was a whole fiesta, which sounds super white. That's the whitest comment I've ever seen in my life. Then underneath it, we have some other ones. We have, this is the worst halftime show I've ever seen. Worst halftime show of all time. This was the worst performance of all time. No, it wasn't, says Nash Tiger, as talking about saying that this was legendary, as ESPN says. Nash Tiger says, no, it wasn't. We have... Were we watching the same show? The end was tough. Holy F. This was horrendous. Did we watch the same show? At least we got Jessica Alba, I guess. Well, he put on a better performance than the Patriots have. Was it? I did notice that. I was saying that stats from the first half. Crafty with a little stat here for everybody. Kenneth Walker has the second most rushing yards in a single half in Super Bowl history for any running back. That's pretty incredible. As you can see your stats there on your screen. Kenneth Walker currently 94 yards on 14 touches. No touchdowns by anybody yet so far, so that is that's just something you have to worry about. Let's see. Absolutely horrendous. Was awful. That was fun. It was garbage. We used to have great performances. Now we have this shit. Best of the best. Best show. No, it wasn't legendary. What a performance. Legendarily unentertaining. Great halftime show. One of the best. One of the best. No, it was effing terrible. Lame. Kendrick Lamar was better. Way to push your agenda, ESPN. As a musician, I think that sucked. Bad Bunny is a living legend. First time I've seen a halftime show in the U.S. that wasn't English. Wild times. I think your definition of legendary was lost in translation, just like halftime. That was lit. Turned the Super Bowl halftime into a nightclub. I think Weeknd did that. Well, he got lost in his own mirror room. It's disappointing to see America's biggest stage feel so disconnected from its own audience. No, it wasn't legendary. Wait till ratings drop off show. I don't know if that's going to happen either. I mean, a lot of people just leave shit on, so I don't think there's going to be a massive drop off in ratings like some people are saying. This sucked. Sounded like I was listening to a Charlie Brown phone call. Couldn't understand much, but the production seemed amazing. NFL should be ashamed. 10 out of 10. That was awesome. So again, as we can see, there's a mixed reaction. So far, there's no reviews yet of the Stay Tuned Sports halftime extravaganza, and it's probably best it stays that way. By the way, here's a little stat for everybody. Teams are 0-14 in Super Bowl history when scoreless at the half. Currently, as you can see, it's Seahawks 9, Patriots nothing. Patriots will get the ball first in the second half. Will the Patriots buck that trend? Will that stat become 1-14 after today, or will it be an even 0-15, baby? Trying to hit that Browns mark. Really is a Brown mark. Man, none of these commercials are really hitting. I'm still trying to see. There's a couple reactions. There's not, like, again, it was what it was. I think I'm going to be honest. Again, I didn't watch the halftime show. Obviously, I was producing my own. But even, listen, they could have the worst halftime show, whatever. As long as sometimes I think the commercials are good, it's fine. The fact that none of these commercials have been particularly good strikes me as, to me, I think that's the worst part of it. I think the worst part of it is not even the commercials are entertaining. Because, yeah, the game hasn't been great. And, like, if you're somebody who's really not into football or does something like that, and you watch along with people because you like watching for the commercials, or you like watching for the halftime show, or you like watching for the accoutrement of the Super Bowl, not for the Super Bowl itself, you'd at least have that. And there's been none of that. So, shame on all the advertisers out there. You guys really dropped the ball. I'll say that right now. You guys got to pick your game up in the second half here. And Crafty. Oh, Crafty in the chat says, Matthew Broderick doing a car commercial is grossly inappropriate. If you know, you know. And the shades of gray. You gonna get a little more? Oh, are you cheesing it up? Warm it up. A little more cheese. Oh, a little bit more cheese. Pepper Jack cheesing up. I think sure. So here we go, getting ready for the third quarter to start. And the kick is away. Third quarter starting here. Kick's taken at the 10, brought up to the 20, to the 25, to the 30, to the 32. About seems right where they're going to have that, and no further. Ooh, excuse me. So here we go. 1st and 10 for the Patriots from the 32-yard line. And Drake Maye is going to throw incomplete. 2nd and 10, still from the 32-yard line. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here on Stay Tuned Sports for the second half of Super Bowl 60. The New England Patriots, 0. The Seattle Seahawks, 9. Patriots have the ball first here in the second half. On 2nd and 10, it's going to be an end around, and that is going to be Trayvon Henderson with the carry. And that's going to be good for, they say, 6 yards. 6 yards before getting out of bounds. 3rd and 4 coming up for the Patriots, so a little more manageable of a situation. As my Peacock feed stumbles, Drake Maye back, looks, throws. Boy, that was almost intercepted. Should have been. Knocked away, though, at the last minute. And that's going to bring up 4th and 3. So 3 and out here for the Patriots on their opening drive of the second half. Not great. Not the way you wanted to start the second half if you're a Patriots fan or the New England Patriots in general. Booty was the intended receiver. But the Seahawks did a good job of squeezing Booty there and making sure that that did not get into Booty. So 4th and 3. Punt is away. And the Seahawks will get this. Shaheed going back. He does a fair catch, and that's going to be... Where are they going to mark him? At the 9? They're going to say at the 9 is where he received that ball. I thought it might have been at the 10, but they say the 9. Ooh, that might have been a little false start there on the Seahawks. On the punt, no flag, no call. It seems like the officials have been very happy to kind of keep the flags in the pocket, which is not bad, especially if you heard the first song of the halftime spectacular. Extravaganza, sorry. 1st and 10, Darnold under center. Is going to be a handoff to Walker, and Walker gets it to the 11 from the 9, so it's a gain of 2 yards, 2nd and 8. $13:40 remaining here in the third quarter. We just started the second half here. Patriots went 3 and out. Seattle seeing if they can do something here. Boy, if they get a score here, I mean, a field goal is what it is, but boy, if they get like a touchdown here, I mean, at that point you might be calling it game over even now with the way the Patriots have been able to get nothing going. Patriot defense does get the pressure into Darnold, but he completes it over the middle down to the 26-yard line is Rashid Shaheed. And that's going to be a first down. Move the chains for the Seahawks. 15-yard gain and a first down. Boy, Peacock is really having trouble with this stream, huh? Darnold takes the snap, back, throws over the middle. That's going to be completed to JSN. He finally gets a catch and gets it down to about the 44-yard line. Stat tracker says 43. Yeah, I guess he's down a little bit earlier there. So to the 43-yard line First and 10, Seattle. Sam Darnold getting pressure, but he escapes the pressure. Now he's going to pull it down and he's going to run. Oh, he cuts it up inside and gets the first down. Sam Darnold with a little bit of an okey doke. And that's going to be good enough to move the chains, and that's going to be good enough to be in Patriots territory. First down, Seahawks. 11-yard run from old seeing ghost himself, Sammy Darnold. That smells like burnt cheese. My Bubba's favorite cheese is burnt cheese. It smells good, though. But that's going to be nice and crunchy, though. That's always good. Whoa, look at Kenneth Walker will not be denied for 3 yards. That's tough running for 3 yards, but that's why he is Kenneth Walker. Second down and 7 from the Patriots' 43-yard line. What's up? Oh. Could have got it. You're not going to be on camera. You wouldn't have been on camera. Darnold in shotgun takes the snap on 2nd and 7. Throws it to Walker out of the backfield, and he's going to pull away. He gets down to the 30, to the 25, inside the 25, down to the last, the 24, 23-yard line. Another big run and a big gain for Kenneth Walker out of the backfield. 20-yard pass from Darnold to Kenneth Walker. And it was all Walker, because that was thrown behind the line of scrimmage, and Walker took it the rest of the way. I know, you're very, very skittish about the camera. I know, Peppa Jack. I know. I love you. I think the people would love to see the beautiful Bubba, but another handoff here to Kenneth Walker. Good for a yard, maybe 2. 2nd and 9 coming up from the 22, and for the first time in the Super Bowl, well, this Super Bowl anyway, we got to see, why is Taylor so big here? Oh, my God. He's giant. We got giant Taylor. Oh, my God. Why is she so big? Taylor, why did you get so big on us? Oh, my God. We gotta shrink Taylor back down. We got to make sure she fits. Oh, my God. Taylor got a little too big for her britches. There we go. We got her. She's good. Everything's fine. It's all good. Everything's fine. Oh, clock was running. Seattle's got to take it. This could be big. That could be a big moment here because, again, the game is still close here. This has been a very cagey affair. Even if the Seahawks get a touchdown here, it does make it big. But, I mean, the game's not over. As much as I was trying to say, maybe the game's over, I don't think the game would be over. Did my Taylor fourth quarter girl get big too? Let me see. Yeah, she did too. She got all screwed up. Wonder how that happened. I'm going to have to fix my fourth quarter Taylor. Darnold back, looks, throws, incomplete on 2nd and 9. Outstretched hands of Barner. Could not get it to him. I'm sorry. Was that Barner or Cup? Oh, it's Cup. Sorry. Incomplete pass to Cup. That's going to be 3rd and 9 now, still from the 22. Hey, we got an extended Taylor on here. I'm okay with that. Kenneth Walker has 126 yards, total yards for the Seahawks. The rest of the Seahawks have 126 yards. Kenneth Walker, right now, I think you'd have to mark him down as your Super Bowl MVP if you're voting right now, but we still got a long game to go here. Darnold looks, throws, and it's going to be just out of the reach of Cooper Kupp. Darnold was getting rushed again. Pass was off the mark, and that's going to be 4th and 9. And again, the Seahawks have a good drive. They get deep into Patriots territory, but they stall out, and it looks like they're going to have to settle for another field goal. So this has just been This has been a field goal Super Bowl, even more so than Super Bowl 54. 54. So here we go. Snap, hold, kick. That kick is up, and that is good. So, if you had, yeah, you're not doing well. Okay, but Jimbo, nobody has a touchdown yet. That's kind of what I'm saying here. Like, nobody has a touchdown yet. Boy, and you had 4 people as touchdown scorers in this game? Boy, you're in a bad spot right now, Jimbo. I don't think that parlay is going to hit. You had 4 anytime touchdown scorers? I don't know if that's gonna work out for you. I don't know if that one's gonna come through. I'm just gonna say I just don't think it's gonna come through. Hold on, I gotta fix fourth quarter Taylor here so that we know for the fourth quarter, like that you can throw your 4s up, you know. See, like you got to have fourth quarter Taylor ready to go. Now she was kind of off there for a little bit, but there we go. Just so that we know she's good. Yeah, because when I started doing some of the graphics here, I thought I checked all the graphics, but apparently I didn't. There's your boy King, just not doing the regular shit he's supposed to be doing. Okay. All right. The prostate cancer tight end commercial is kind of funny. All right. All right. That's one. We've had one good commercial, and it's about prostate cancer. So I don't know how good that is, but. So here's the thing. Seattle only got a field goal, so it's 12. So if the Patriots score a touchdown, they'd only be down 5. Man, why is Peacock having such an issue? Peacock's really having an issue with their streaming. Crafty in the chat says, I know prostate cancer is a serious issue, but what did I just watch? Relax your tight end. That's what Travis tells Taylor all the time. Oh, that's disgusting. How dare you, you misogynistic bastard. You can't say that. Kickoff return down to the 32 after a huge hit. And my man might have had a little bit of, oh no, he's just flexing. I thought he might have had a concussion. He's just doing a flex. So here we go. 1st and 10 from the 32-yard line for the New England Patriots. The Seahawks bringing a little bit of pressure. It does get picked up. It's a toss to Henderson. He's going to get it down to the 40. It's going to be 2nd and 2 or a long 1. Patriots have had 4 first downs and 6 punts. As has been listed here by NBC. 2nd and 1 is the call. They gave him just about the 40.5-yard line. He's got to get to the 42, so it's a long one. Drake Maye hands off, and that's going to be no gain for Henderson. Third and 1 coming up. It might be a full 3rd and 2 now. It depends on how much they give him. I think they gave him back to the line of scrimmage, so. Two and 8 on 3rd downs for the Patriots. Can they get it here? Drake Maye steps back. He's got to get 1.5 yards. He's looking. He gets pressured. He throws and incomplete. He could not find anybody. Demario Douglas was intended there, but he could not get it to him. And now it's another 3 and out, 4th and 1. If I'm the Patriot, where are you, though? You're on your own 41. Got to do something. I would say do a fake punt. For God's sake, somebody throw a punt. You got to get something, some kind of momentum on your team here. I don't know. Will they? Get over here, you tot. Oh, tater tot running away. Nope, no fake. They just straight up punt it. And Seattle gets it at about the 19 or 18. As I say, could be 18, could be 19. We'll see where they officially mark it. But either way, it seems to be the 18-yard line. 1st and 10. Seattle gets the ball back here. 7:34 remaining in the 3rd quarter. 12-0. Seattle, all field goals over the New England Patriots. Correct, he says Drake Maye's release has been Trevor Lawrence levels of slow so far tonight. I was going to say it's not been, again, he's had a lot of pressure on him from the Seattle defense. But to be fair, Sam Darnold has had as well. Neither quarterback has been, I want to say, tremendous. Darnold's been better. Obviously, 12 of 27 for $140, whereas Drake Maye, 6 of 14 for 48. Not great. He has not played well. Again, as we look, Kenneth Walker, he's got 100 yards on 17 carries, plus he's got 20-something other, 20-plus, 30-plus receiving yards, something like that. Yeah, he's close there. Cooper Kupp, though, leads in receiving, 44 yards on 4 catches. Ramondre Stevenson, only 23 yards on 7 carries. Booty, he leads in receptions for the Patriots. He's only got 1 catch, good for 21 yards. That's it. We know Seattle's got 3 sacks and all that, but man, it's just been neither quarterback is doing fantastic, but Drake Maye is doing poorly. Like, this Patriots offense is just not moving. Nobody's open. He's getting pressured. He just can't get it to the people he needs to get it to, and the Seattle defense has been playing masterfully here. So, which is kind of, again, this is not how I thought this game would go. I thought this game, I predicted Seahawks 31, Patriots 23. I thought we'd have some scoring, as we saw with the Seahawks game against the Rams. I thought the Patriots would be able to do something there, but boy. Now again, to the Patriots' credit, their defense has held the Seahawks to nothing but field goals. The Patriots' defense has done well, especially their pass defense. They've done very well in this game. The run defense, Kenneth Walker's been doing his work, and that's fine. You go with what's working for you for Seattle. But pass defense, they've been well. They've done very well. And they've held Seattle. And Seattle has had the ball 1st and 10 in the red zone, I think, twice or 3 times. And in within like the 25 or 30-yard line, more than that. And they've only come away with field goals. So New England's defense has done their job. That's nothing against New England's defense or anything. It's the offense has not been able to get going at all. Crafty in the chat says, I expected an ugly defensive battle all along, irrespective of whoever was going to win. And I know that you've called that you called that pretty generally. And that's where we are. So you're one smart fella. You know what they say about smart fellas. Play action from Darnold. Oh, he's getting pressured, and now Darnold sacked for the first time, and he's all the way back inside the 10.
But too bad your ass got sacked.
And with that, it makes it 2nd and 18. Now, for the Seahawks, Sam Darnold just stepped up into the pocket and into a sack. Milton Williams, who a lot of people said was a bad pickup in the offseason for the Patriots, he's proved everybody wrong, extremely wrong. So 2nd and 18 from the 10 now. Darnold in shotgun. He takes the snap. He quickly throws. He gets that to, is that Walker for about 3 yards out of the backfield. Nope, JSN. JSN was, and he's limping a little bit. Oh, we see before this drive even started, they're kind of working on his heel. And so he catches that pass, and now he's back on the sideline, kind of hobbling around. Not a great look if you're the Seattle Seahawks. Now facing 3rd and 14 after what was essentially a 4-yard gain. And that's going to be just a handoff to Williams. He gets it up to the 20. Good for 6 yards, makes it 4th and 8, and makes the punt a little bit more comfortable, if you will. So again, like I said, New England's defense isn't playing badly. They just got to get something going on offense. Will this be the drive that they can finally break through on this Seattle defense? We'll find out. But we're at 5:33, 32, 31, and 5:30 to go here in the third quarter. Time will be of the essence for the Patriots, down 12-0. Punt is away. That's going to be caught at the 33, and he's got room to return it to the 40, to the 50, but we've got flags down, and this feels like that will be coming back. Illegal block in the back. It looks like that's pretty obvious, and indeed it is. Illegal block in the back on the Patriots. So move that back. $5:10 remaining in the third quarter. They're going to go to a commercial break here because you got to sell, baby. Got to sell. Oh, there's Sabrina Carpenter with her dark unibrow eyebrow. Here's the thing. I don't find Sabrina Carpenter attractive. Does that make me a bad person? Does that make me an awful human being? I don't know. It could. It might. Some people might say so. But I just do not find Sabrina Carpenter that attractive. I do love Pringles, though. Like, I wouldn't kick Sabrina Carpenter out of bed for eating Pringles in the bed. But I don't find her super attractive. Like, I'm not like obviously like Taylor. I think Taylor is super attractive. Like Haley Steinfeld, super attractive. Probably most of the goth girls you see on the internet, I find attractive. Jimbo says Pringles are salty cardboard. Yeah, but they're salty. I'm a man who loves his salt. Jimbo says I find her annoying. I mean, I don't know if it's like she's a pop girl. You know what I mean? And I don't think her songs are terribly bad. Some of them are catchy. She's got some real catchy ones there. Espresso, very catchy. Very catchy. Not disparaging the art. I've seen this commercial already. This one brings tears to my eyes. Great. Budweiser always does that. I'm still not drinking your shitty beer, but great commercial as always, Budweiser. Plus, if you put Freebird to anything, it's going to make me tear up because I love this goddamn country so goddamn much. But yeah, I just not a Sabrina. Now Olivia Rodrigo on the other hand. Now we're talking. Yeah, all that, especially right after you took down and closed the famous Newark Budweiser brewery with the famous Eagle sign down there. They took that down, so that's another big FU to Budweiser, but still great commercial. No, the Eagles can't co-opt the Bold Eagle because the Philadelphia Eagles ain't American Eagle. You got a filthy, dirty-ass bird. Drake Maye, guess what? Drake May's going down again. Sack number 4, as Mr. Benito Bad Bunny would say.
But too bad your ass got sacked.
I don't think he'd say it quite like that, but. Sack number 4. Will the Seahawks get a Cinco sack here? We'll find out here on WHTE White Radio. Drake Maye throws over the middle. Cut! That's going to be... Is that Demario Douglas? I believe it was. And that's going to make it... It's good. He's close. It's going to be 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, something like that. 3rd and 4, indeed, after an 8-yard gain. Mac Hollins. Sorry, it was Mac Hollins with the catch. Lloyd says Sabrina Carpenter is Helga from Hey Arnold if they had a live-action movie from 2004. Holy shit. That's actually not... That's... That's great. Throw over the middle on 3rd and 4, in and out of the hands of Booty. And outside of one time tonight, the Patriots have been unable to hit that booty. As we just understand now that for the 7th straight drive, the Patriots have gone 3 and out on offense. Oh, boy. The Patriots, they're really going to have to rely on that defense. That defense is really going to have to come in and save them. That is going to be fair caught at the 21. Ooh, just 1 yard off from a Taylor. So 1st and 10 for Seattle from their own 21 coming up here after we sell some more commercials on NBC. I'm not selling commercials. I don't have any commercials here to sell. But if you'd like to help us out, you can do so in a couple easy ways. Number 1, hit that like button if you like anything about this channel. I don't know why you would, but if you do, that's fantastic. Hit that share button. Let the world know that we exist. It's fantastic. It's lovely. Helps us out so very much. And, of course, as always, if you haven't done so yet or this is your first time here, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button and the notification bell as we are on the road to 1,000 subscribers and hopefully being monetized on this great and glorious platform known as YouTube. If you want to help us out a little bit more directly, you can do that a couple ways. Up in the top of the chat and in the description below, we have links for our donation station and our merch store. And if you watched our halftime extravaganza, 2 out of the 3 of those designs are indeed available to purchase as shirts. I'm pretty sure you saw this one. Now, not for this game, but on some of the other ones, you can definitely get your Fuck the Refs t-shirts and hoodies available right now over at the Stay Tuned Sports merch store. Also, if you saw the Chief Swifty shirt, that indeed is available as well as a t-shirt over there at the Stay Tuned Sports merch store. If you're indeed a big Kansas City Chief and Taylor Swift fan, being a Chief Swifty is exactly what you need. So there you go. You can get both of those designs over there. bit.ly/stay tuned merch, bit.ly/stay tuned merch, or as I said before, just click on the link in the top of the chat or in the description below. So you can do all that there. Oh, we got a commercial break here. I'm going to eat a couple more of my tots. They're a little bit colder now. Because it is. If you're in the Northeast here, especially Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, it's been cold. We had, I believe we had sub-zero overnight here. I know Pennsylvania did. And it has remained pretty cold as hell. So we'll see. You guys got to get yourself a pepper jack. Because she knows how to make you some snacks on Super Bowl Sunday. It'll drive you nuts, man. It's fantastic. It's great. You just can't have my pepper jack. Get your own. So 1st and 10 from the 21. Try to eat this last little bit. Hand off to Walker. Boy, that's going to be a loss. That looks like a loss of about 2-3 yards. So now JSN is going into the locker room. They put him in a tent, and now from the tent to the locker room, I'm starting to think that JSN's night might be done. Oh, they're going to check him for concussion. Oh, no. Darnold on 2nd and 12 throws over the middle, in and out of the hands of Cooper Kupp. Incomplete. No flag. And it's going to be 3rd and 12. New England's defense playing tight. Refs letting the boys play. You'd love to see that. Throws to Kupp over the middle. He gets it to the 26. 27. It's going to be about 5 yards short of the first down, and it's going to be another 3 and out for the Seahawks. So again, New England's defense keeping them in this game. I was hoping this game would not be a Super Bowl 54. Right now, it's a Super Bowl 54. It is nothing but field goals. Kick is away. You hear the Peter. Stay away from that ball, and it is marked down at about the 27-yard line. So that is where the Patriots will take over. 1st and 10 from their own 27. So here we go. 1st and 10 from indeed the 27. Hand off to Henderson. Good for 2-3 yards there. Trayvon Henderson, indeed, with a 3-yard run. Drake Maye steps back. Got good protection, but he's just holding on to the ball for too long. Now he's going to pull it down and run. There's a flag as he is dragged out of bounds. This might be holding on the Patriots. Or it might be, we'll see. Is it defensive hold or offensive hold? Is it holding on Witherspoon on the Seahawks? So that's 5 yards and an automatic first down. So that's going to be first down and 10 for New England from the 39. They finally get a first down. It's because of penalties. I Grow Fighting. Great to see you back in here, buddy. How you doing? It says virtual PAT. Virtual pat on the butt. Let's go. I thought you might have been rooting for the Patriots or talking about a point after touchdown, which we haven't had any touchdowns yet. Here we are. We're almost done with the third quarter. No touchdowns. We are touchdownless. 58 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Drake Maye takes a step back. He gets hit as he throws, and that goes out of bounds. Smart play to kind of knock that out of bounds, make sure there was no chance of an interception there. Second and 10. Austin Hooper there, the tight end who made that kind of smart play on the sidelines. Oh, Igo said, I am going for the Pats. I was trying to tie it in. Well, you did a good job, but still, it's not been a fantastic offensive effort here from the New England Patriots in this game so far. Again, I think the Seahawks defense has a lot to say about that. Throw out of the backfield. Henderson with the catch. Looking at 3rd and 5 coming up. Got to get to the 49-yard line for a first down. Do the New England Patriots? Can they do so? Actually, got to get a little bit beyond the 49 to get that first down. Drake Maye fumbles, and it's recovered by the Seahawks. Oh, disaster! Just what we were talking about. He needs to work on ball control, and when getting hit, he got hit, and it's a fumble. And now Seattle has the ball in fantastic field position at the 37-yard line of the Patriots. Oh, no. I Grow Fighting says, I got a buddy is there. He says it's super, super windy in there. And if it has been, the field goal kicker has not shown it because he's kicked absolutely perfectly this whole game so far. So Drake Maye with the sack fumble. Oh, by the way, yeah, it was a sack fumble. So,
But too bad your ass got sacked.
So 1st and 10 from the 37. Sam Darnold goes under center, takes the snap. Double play action, throws. He's going to give it to Barner, his tight end. Barner's going to get the first down. 1st and 10. Seattle Seahawks. Oh, did that Instagram come today? Oh, jeez. Pepper Jack. Look at Pepper Jack. She's making snacks. She's loading up the house with groceries. You can't. You guys got to get yourself a Pepper Jack. Like I said, get your own. Leave mine alone. But you got to get yourself a Pepper Jack. It's fantastic. It's wonderful. Need help? It's at a commercial, so I can help. Making sure you're not on camera. You're not on camera. Jesus. There we go. Oh, that's a lot of eggs. A little bit. Okay. We have so much cheese. We have so much cheese. I love cheese. Pepper Jack loves cheese. But I'm not sure we've loved cheese as much as the cheese that we have in there. We are cheesed. I knew that. I knew they weren't going to have that. Pepper Jack was looking forward to having that Coke Cherry Float, the new flavor, but it wasn't there at the store. I kind of knew it. Because the same thing happened with the Shirley Temple. They would say, "Oh, it's there, it's there, it's there," and then they go to look for it, and it's like, "Nope, not there." And it's like, yeah, you kind of knew it wasn't going to be there. Jimbo says, "You just did a Collinsworth slide." Yes, I did. I did the Collinsworth slide. I can do it again. All right, watch this. Now, here's a guy who was watching the Super Bowl, just like Patrick Mahomes. Which, again, I don't get the hatred for Collinsworth. I don't think he eats Patrick Mahomes' ass as much as everybody says, but I don't know. I don't hate Collinsworth. I don't know why. I just don't. I don't really hate any announcer. Like, I don't hate Al Michaels. I don't even hate Joe Buck. Troy Aikman can be annoying, but I don't even hate him. I don't hate Romo. I don't hate Tirico. I don't hate... Obviously, you can't hate Nance. Come on, what are we doing? Like, you can't hate Jim Nance, you know? I don't hate Burkhardt. I don't hate Brady. I think Brady's decent at his job. Olsen wasn't good. I'll say this. I don't think Greg Olsen was particularly good, but that's just how I feel about it. By the way, since we were doing all that, I did miss the fourth quarter. So, ladies and gentlemen, please get your fours up because we did miss the fourth quarter. We are in the fourth quarter. Now, Taylor's got the fours up. As we do, this is the last time all season we're going to be able to do this. Get the fours up to show that you're dedicated for all four quarters. So the last time, get them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth quarter is here. Pecan in the chat. I certainly hope you saw the Taylor portion of the halftime spectacular. I certainly hope you, or Taylor or Jason. It wasn't actually supposed to be Taylor. I don't know. Either way, it wasn't Taylor. Obviously, she didn't sing that. That's all of that was. The halftime show was produced by our good friend Art E. Fischel. He's a very good friend, a very good producer. He does very good work. Pecan's got the 4 Taylor Hard-Ons in there. Jimbo's got, for one last time, the 4s. Pecan obviously has the 4s up there. I grow fighting with the 4s up there. Thank you, guys, for showing your dedication. Lloyd with the superscript 4. 2nd and 9 coming up here for the Seahawks. From the 25-yard line. Sam Darnold looks, throws. He was looking for Kupp, could not find him. Incomplete. Knocked away. Good defense. No flags. 3rd and 9 coming up. And Jimbo is now using, I believe, the German for Fly, Eagles, Fly. I would normally put him in a timeout, but I'm not going to. It's the Super Bowl. It's the holidays. It's the holidays. Happy holidays. 3rd and 9. Darnold back. Getting pressured, but he does throw. He completes that, and that's going to be a first down. Cooper Kupp finally gets the first down catch there. He's done well in this game, but sometimes on these big first down throws that they're looking for, he's either had it knocked away or was unable to bring it in. This time he does, converts it. Now it's 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line for the Seattle Seahawks. Cooper Kupp, by the way, leading the way. 6 touches for 61 yards receiving there for the Seattle Seahawks. Shaheed in motion for the Seahawks. Under center is Darnold from the 16. Now Barner in motion. This is going to be a play action. Throwing towards the end zone. Caught! Barner! We got a touchdown! Oh, baby! There's a touchdown. We actually had a touchdown. I could actually use the graphic I made for touchdowns. I thought I went through all that work and wasn't going to be able to use them. But we finally got a touchdown. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. There has been a touchdown. Oh. $18-0 extra point on the way. Snap, hold, kick. It is up. It is good. 19-0. The Seahawks lead with 13:24 remaining in the game in Super Bowl 60. Will Rally Sport 1 in the chat says, hi from the UK. This is the most one-sided game ever. So boring, isn't it? Patriots have played awful. Hard to argue with that, Will. Very hard to argue with that. It's been, again, I think New England's defense has played spectacular. I think New England's defense has played well. They just let their first touchdown of the game happen here in the fourth quarter after Drake Maye fumbled in their own end on their own 37-yard line. So it put them in a bad spot. But New England's defense has played well. As has Seattle's, obviously. But I think that's the thing is while Seattle has been able to get close enough to get some field goals, New England hasn't even been able to do that. And you look at the stats, and that bears it out. As you can see on the screen there, Darnold, 17-34 for $188. Drake Maye, 8 of 18 for 60, plus a fumble lost. You have Kenneth Walker, 105 on 20 rushing attempts, and that's not counting his receiving yards either. Ramondre Stevenson, 7 carries, 23 yards. Cooper Kupp, 6 receptions, 61 yards. Booty's got 1 catch for 21. Like, just the stats bear out. The New England offense has been tremendously anemic. Tremendously anemic. Will Rally Sport says, I'm a Saints fan. By the way, we have another Saints fan here, Pecan, who is the leader in the clubhouse with our donations. You can see his name right there in the ticker. More than $110, you can get your name in the ticker as well. But I think you subbed. Thank you so much, Will. So much as we are on the road to 1,000 subscribers and hopefully being monetized on this great and glorious platform known as YouTube. If you have not subscribed yet and you're watching us, please come on in, hit that like button, hit that share button, and hit that subscribe button and the notification bell. You help us out tremendously, and I thank you all so much for your support. Crafty in the chat says, even MacDonald is thinking, where the F did this Barnum guy come? I'll tell you what, man, Barner has done well. I noticed him a little bit in the San Francisco playoff game. And then he had, like, I was like, because you didn't hear a lot about him. Like, you heard about, obviously, JSN and Cooper Kupp on the receiving end with Seattle. You heard about the 1-2 punch with Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet, which is a shame that he's got injured and is unable to play in this game. Because I just wanted to say his name there. It's Charbonnet. That was great. But yeah, Bart, like the tight end, you didn't really hear a lot about him. But in this game, he's played extremely well and has come up with some crucial catches for first downs to keep drives alive, and now for what most likely seems like the nail in the coffin of Super Bowl 60. I think now the only question is, will the Patriots score? Or will we have our first ever Super Bowl shutout? We're going to find out here. Thank you, by the way, still, Will Rally Sport 1 in the chat, subs for us. Thank you so much, man. You have no idea how much that support from all you guys in the chat who just watch anything. Just watching, even if you don't sub, even if you don't hit the like, share, subscribe, even if you don't do any of that, even if you don't join the chat, just by watching is a tremendous amount of support. And I do thank you guys so much for doing so. So here we go. After the touchback on the 35-yard line, here come the Patriots. Drake Maye steps back. He's getting rushed. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That Seattle defense trying to go after him. He's going to pull it down and run. And he's going to get about 6 or I'm not going to say it. He's going to get 7 yards, maybe 6. They're going to give him 6 yards. 2nd and 4 from the 41 for Drake Maye. 2nd down upcoming. iGrow Fighting says, I'm not watching, but I'm very interested in the commercials. Have you noticed an Anthropic one? I don't think so. What's going on here? Oh, Diggs got pushed out of bounds, and then Diggs goes back after him. No flags thrown, but now Vrabel's yelling at the ref. Oh, Joby's throwing a punch. He's going to get a fine for that. Agropreneur says, oh, I'm a day trader. Anthropic is coming for Jet GBT, but I wasn't sure if the ad would really stick out. Thanks. Again, I've been maybe in and out on this a little bit because I have the volume down a little bit, so I'm not really. I've said for the most part the commercials haven't been great as far as sticking out. So if I haven't noticed it or it just hasn't played yet, I don't know. If they played it already, I didn't see it, so then I would say yeah that it didn't stick out. So after that bit of a hullabaloo on the sidelines, we've got 2nd and 4 still. Seems like they reset the play clock here. What are we doing here, guys? Let's go. Come on. Get the game going. Drake Maye back finally. They snapped the ball. He had trips to his left. Throws over the middle. Wow. Throws into triple coverage, and it's caught. Mac Hollins with the catch. Mac, what are you doing? You can't be dancing. He does like a big step and does the first time. Like, dude, you are down 19-0. Relax. 24-yard pass, though. Now Drake Maye throws deep down the field. He's got Hollins again. Caught! Touchdown! Oh, finally, New England in 2 plays. So there will be no Super Bowl shutout. The Patriots get on the board. Watch us have an absolute shootout now in the 4th quarter after the rest of this game has been booty cheeks. And not cave-on booty cheeks. "35 yards from Drake Maye to Mac Hollins. And maybe the Patriots aren't dead yet. Snap, hold, extra point is up. And extra point is good. 7 points for the Patriots. They get on the board with a touchdown, 19-7. Seahawks still lead, and they will get the ball back here. 12-27. Crafty in the chat says, a woolen screws Seattle again with the eye roll emoji. Charissa says, who are you voting for as Super Bowl MVP? Right now, if you ask me if I have to vote for a Super Bowl MVP, I'm probably saying Kenneth Walker. I'm still going to say Kenneth Walker. I can see why people would do Darnold. Maybe Hall, but I would say I would say right now for me, Charissa, it would be Walker. Jimbo says Seattle's kicker. I mean, he's been straight on all of them. He's hit them all. So, that'd be hilarious if a kicker did get MVP. He's like 12 of the 19 points came from him. Why wouldn't he get it? He's been clutch all game. He's been hitting them. But I think if you look at, because you got to look at it a little bit from stat-wise, you got to look at who's it. I honestly love Barner, too. I think maybe the stats-wise, they wouldn't give it to him, but I mean, I would. I don't see why not. Pardon me. Pardon me. A.J. Barney's got 4 catches for 54 yards, averaging 13.5 yards, so he's averaging the most outside of Rashid Shaheed, who had 1 catch for 16 yards. He's got the touchdown. He's also come up with big first downs. He's come up with clutch catches of the 4 catches he's had. Like, I would say, yeah. Like, if I had to do a top 3, I think it would be Kenneth Walker, A.J. Barner, and then Sam Darnold, probably. That's a good question, Tristan. Though, who would you have? Who are you picking right now? To everybody else in the chat, you can answer too. Right now, you have to vote for an MVP. Who are you voting for as MVP? We still got time. We still got a long time to go. So that can change. But as of right now, who would you vote as your Super Bowl MVP? Jimbo said Seattle's kicker. Who is what, Myers? I think so. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see a kicker get MVP. Kick is away, got at the 10, returned to the 20, to the 25, to the 30, and brought down about the 30, 31-yard line. 31-yard line for Rashid Shaheed. And that's where the Seahawks will take over, 1st and 10. I wonder, like, I think if you're New England, you need a turnover on this drive. You got to get a turnover here. Igro says Drake Maye, he's going to throw 3 touchdowns in the rest of the quarter. Well, maybe. Throws caught by Shaheed, and that's going to be a first down. No, he caught that. That's a first down. He caught the ball. When he caught the ball, it was over the first down marker. Jimbo says, actually, I changed my vote. The Stay Tuned Sports halftime performers, especially the heavy metal song. Okay, thank you, Jimbo. That's very nice. Gisty Mac MC, Gisty in the chat says, hey, there's always next week, right? There's always next week. When next week starts in September. God, this is the last football game we got, folks. Enjoy every drop we got. The last little bit of great American football until 9 months from now. Hand off to Walker. I think it's a loss of a yard. I don't think he got back to the line of scrimmage. Indeed, 1 yard loss. Now Darnold's in shotgun. JSN is back in the game. Darnold looks, throws, and he just throws that one into the ground. Like, why would you even try? Like, I get, like, you want to recover the ball, too. Like, you want to make sure you do all that. But that was clearly, he threw that into the ground. So now it's going to be 3rd and 11. This is going to be a big stop if the Patriots can get the Seahawks off the field here. Trips to the left. Barner in motion. Still got trips to the left here, does Darnold. Takes the snap. Patriots are bringing everybody. Darnold throws. Big bull down the field. Oh, just out of the reach of Shaheed. It looks like there might have been some contact a little earlier in the route. However you want to pronounce it, but instead, it's just an incomplete pass, and the Seahawks are going to have to punt. Just a little too much of a overthrow. And there is the kick. It is away. Oh, and now this ball is going to die inside the 5. Are they going to mark it? Yeah, he kind of tapped it at the 4. So even though they marked, he officially put it down at the 1, it's going to be at the 4. So 1st and 10 for the Patriots from the 4. 96 yards to glory. Can the Patriots get back into this game? Boy, their punter's got a ton of ink on his arm. He's got a couple sleeves there. $10:40 remaining in Super Bowl 60. Patriots down 12 points, 19-7. 96 yards away from a touchdown. Drake Maye from his own end zone steps up. He throws to nobody in particular. Yeah, I think he might have been looking for Austin Hooper, but he threw about 7 to 10 yards well over his head. Incomplete. Down. And that's the thing. He's open and just missed him. Just absolutely missed him. Drake Maye takes a snap, throws. He's going to get that to Ramondre Stevenson, and that's going to be a first down as he does a cute little hurdle for no apparent reason. But I think he got the first down there, and he does. 1st and 10 now up at the 17-yard line for the Patriots. Patriots got to throw, you got to throw, you got to move, and you got to go. Got to go, got to move, got to throw, got to move, got to throw, got to move. The go, go, go. Got to move, move, move. Drake Maye takes the snap. Again, deep ball down the field. Oh, triple coverage. Almost intercepted. How that wasn't intercepted is actually a surprise to me. It looked like Seattle came down with it, but dropped it as he came to the ground. But yeah, it's triple coverage thrown to Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins kind of playing defense more than anything there. Bryant almost caught that one. That's the second pick he almost had in this game. 10:02 remaining, 2nd and 10 from the 17. Maye back. They're going to say that is a completed catch to Hunter Henry. Good for 4 yards. 3rd and 6 up at the 21. Yeah. Drake Maye. Oh, here comes the blitz. Maye's going to pull it down, and he's going to get first down and more, and he gets all the way down to the 36-yard line. First down, Patriots. Seahawks brought everybody. Almost got him, but you know what they say, live by the blitz, die by the blitz. And they couldn't get to Drake Maye, and that left the entire middle of the field open. Seahawks say, screw it, we're coming out of here again. Thrown, caught. That's going to be good for about 8 or 7 yards for New England. That was a 16-yard run by Drake Maye on that previous play, by the way. His 7-yard gain there. Drake Maye to Kyle Williams with the reception. 8:50 remaining here in the 4th quarter. Maye takes the snap again. Steps up into the pocket. Throws deep down the field. Intercepted! Oh, no! Disaster! And that's going to be just about all she wrote. New England had a score on all their other drives. They could not have a mistake like that. And Drake Maye, I don't know what that particular thought was, but that was, oh, hi, how are you doing? Very nice, beautiful cheerleader. You're lovely. Yeah, I don't know. That was, I don't know what the thought process there. That was severely underthrown. I know he stepped up in the pocket. He had it, like, that's just a badly thrown ball. That's just a badly thrown ball. I can't even say that it got hit. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's just a bad decision ball. That is a bad decision ball from Drake Maye. And that now gives Seattle the ball 1st and 10 on New England's 38 after the return. They returned that for about 35 yards. Now Walker gets the first down and more. First down, Seattle. As Walker right now, I think, is just trying to solidify himself as the MVP of Super Bowl 60. $14 yards for Walker there. That's going to put him at what? 118 on 22 carries. He's got 22 carries, so there you go. I said 22. She shows up. So 1st and 10 now from the 24. It's another handoff to Walker. A little bit of a delay. And he survives somebody trying to rip the ball out and still gets enough for the first down. 10-yard run. First down to the New England 14-yard line. Move the chains or the, virtual whatever. Doesn't matter. Seattle right now just looking for the coronation. Nice little delay from Walker, waiting for the blocks to open up. Opens the hole. He gets it. Great patient running. Waiting for that to kind of just the delay draw is just a lot of players don't even know how to do that anymore. Walker's played a fantastic game here. Gain of 2. Whoop. You got people falling all over each other. No bad blood, though. Everybody seems to be okay, just getting up, going back to their respective huddles. 2nd and 8. After the 2-yard run there from Walker, down to the 12. Walker's had 156 total yards in this game so far. Hand off to Walker again. Oh, he stumbles. Only gets a yard. So that's going to be 3rd and 7 now from the 11. As we see Coach Mike MacDonald taking a swig from a Gatorade bottle. We see Clint Kubiak, future coach of the Oakland Raiders of Las Vegas. He will win a Super Bowl, celebrate for an evening, and then get right down to Vegas to try to rebuild a broken franchise. Trips to the left here for Darnold. He takes the snap, throws. That's going to be caught. Down to the 8-yard line is JSN. If you're Seattle, do you just go for the touchdown and say screw it? New England's going to take their first time out. Man, I think that's what I mean. It's once that pick happened, once Drake Maye threw that pick, all the drama, all the maybe, because this game was kind of boring as it was, but then it's oh, fourth quarter, ooh, might be getting lively, might be getting a little, this might be getting, nope. Seattle's going to go for the field goal here. Snap, hold, kick is good. And here's the good thing about this is that makes it 22-7. And that means for a good long while, we get to have Taylor on our screen. Yeah! Yes! That, to me, makes a Super Bowl win, baby. That, to me, makes a Super Bowl victory. I got to fix her, though, because she's not exactly, she's not in the right position. There. That's a little better. There we go. So there we go. We got Taylor for a good long while here. 22-7, 5:35 remaining here in Super Bowl 60 in the 2025 NFL season. Patriots will be getting the ball here. 15-point game. So still, technically, New England can get a touchdown. You don't even have to go for the 2 points yet. You could if you want to. You don't have to. I don't know if I would. I guess you'd have to see. But you're now 15 points. Although if you go for 2 points twice and get it, then you win the game. So I don't know. But I think you probably, if you score a touchdown here, you go for the 2 points. You get to 8. Then you'd either have to try to go for an onside kick or maybe trust your defense. And your defense hasn't been terrible. Like I said, the defense hasn't been terrible in this game. But you got to score a touchdown. And you got to find a way to make sure that you get the ball back without Seattle scoring again. And then if you get another touchdown, you get the touchdown and the extra point to tie the game, or you get a touchdown and you go for another 2 point and see if the win the Super Bowl. I doubt you do that. In the Super Bowl, you're going to play for overtime. Let's be honest. AGI is coming. Get your @ handle now at AI.com. Not sure what AI.com is, but it's something. Which is incredible because I think there's the same producer I had for the halftime extravaganza here. So it's good to see Art E. Fisher doing very well for himself. How are we doing on here? Let me check. How's everybody else doing? Has anybody else been like super? Has anybody else liked the commercials this year? I gotta tell you, I don't think the commercials have been quite the hit. Henderson gets a return here. He steps out of bounds, but he gets a decent return here for the Patriots, and they're going to be set up pretty well. 5:29 remaining. They have 2 timeouts. 1st and 10 coming up here for the Patriots after the kickoff. They're going to be near the 40. I didn't see exactly where he went out. So here we go. 1st and 10 from the 30. It was near the 40. See, I was right. From the 40. Drake Maye in shotgun. Takes the snap. Getting absolutely bum rushed, and he's going to get sacked.
But too bad your ass
Maybe
got
somebody from the
sacked.
defense will get it. Maybe it'll be Leonard Williams. That's the thing. I don't think Seattle even blitzed on that one. So now 2nd and 14. Maye throws to Henderson out of the backfield. Henderson is going to step out of bounds near the 40. Which is good. Stops the clock. 4:57 remaining there for the Patriots. 3rd down coming up. Jimbo says commercials have been the worst ever. That's a lot. That's saying a lot. That is saying a lot. 3rd and 8. Clearly 4-down territory here for the Patriots as we were under 5 minutes to play. 4:57. Drake Maye takes the snap and shotgun throws. Caught! Hunter Henry gets that, and they are in Seattle territory. 16-yard pass, 1st and 10 for the Patriots. Down to the 44-yard line of Seattle. Quick snap. Maye back. Oh, he's hit. The ball is out. It's a fumble, and it's going to be returned for a touchdown, and the Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl. Oh, no! Drake Maye with 3 turnovers. And I thought we'd have Taylor up there for a while. We do not. Because just as we had 22 points, it is now 28. Returned all the way for a touchdown. Drake, they're going to hope that somehow replay saves them here. I don't think it will. And that's another sack anyway.
But too bad your ass got sacked.
Extra point. They should miss it just so that it looks like an actual real football score. Snap, hold, kick is up. You can't ask that kicker to miss, though. 29-7. Seattle. And that's all she wrote. The Seattle Seahawks are going to be your Super Bowl 60 champions. Drake Maye is going to have a game he's going to want to forget. 15 of 28 for 165 yards. He did have 1 touchdown. He does have an interception, and he has 2 fumbles. One was a basic, not even it was a fumbleception there. Who's that, Nwasu? Returns that 44 yards for the nail in the coffin. And that's it, baby. The New England Patriots will not get number 7. The Patriots will fall. Oh, we got flag down. On the kickoff before the kickoff even happened. What do we got? Oh. Why was the flag thrown then? Patriots are going to fall to 6-6 all time in Super Bowl appearances. This is their 12th. I believe this is the most all time by any team. The Patriots, obviously, they lost Super Bowl 20, which was 40 years ago. They lost Super Bowl 20 to the Bears in New Orleans. They lost Super Bowl 31 to the Green Bay Packers, also in New Orleans. They did win Super Bowl 36 in New Orleans over the St. Louis Rams. Then they won Super Bowl 38. That was in Houston over the Carolina Panthers. They won Super Bowl 39 over the Philadelphia Eagles in Jacksonville, Florida. They lost Super Bowl 42 against the New York Football Giants. That one big loss on their undefeated season that wasn't quite as undefeated as they had hoped. They lost Super Bowl 46 to those same New York Football Giants. Then they won Super Bowl 49 over these Seattle Seahawks. They won Super Bowl 51 in the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history against the Atlanta Falcons. They lost Super Bowl 52 against the Philadelphia Eagles. They won Super Bowl 53 over the Rams, I believe it was. That's who it was. It was Super Bowl 53 is the boring one, not 54. 54 was what was 54? Was that the Buccaneers one? Was that 2020? Was that the COVID Super Bowl? Either way. And now here they are, having lost Super Bowl 60. So 6-6 will the Patriots be here in the Super Bowl for all their records. Laszlo in the chat says, "Go Big Blue." Hell yeah, next year, baby, is where the Giants are going to be. hopefully in a position of the Seahawks and not the Patriots, and in that we'd be winning. Drake Maye here on 1st and 10. He's going to slide down. I haven't been keeping up. I know they're in Seattle territory here. Oh, we got a flag. 3:36 remaining. Holding on the Patriots. So never mind that. Moving back 10 yards. That's now going to be 1st and 20 back on the New England 49-yard line. Laszlo in the chat says, greatest comeback of all time coming up. Boy, you got a lot of faith in that, Laszlo. You got a lot of faith in that, Laszlo. You are the most devious bastard in New York City. That's the only Laszlo I know. If you've never watched What We Do in the Shadows, you absolutely have to. 1st and 20. Drake Maye throws out of the backfield to Henderson. Or is that Stevenson? No, that's Stevenson. John Schneider, they're showing there on the sidelines. 16th year as the Seattle Seahawks general manager. Drake Maye throws. That's going to be caught by Hunter Henry. And he's going to get down to the 37, 36. It's going to be 3rd and very short. Under 3 minutes remaining. 3rd and 2. Drake Maye takes the snap. Gets his arm hit. Now he throws. That's going to be caught. Ooh. Diggs catches it. Then spins the ball like he's... What are you... Listen. When you're getting absolutely gobsmacked in the fucking game, you don't get to spin the ball. You don't get to celebrate. You don't get to do a little dance. You don't get to do that shit. I'm sorry. You don't. Seahawks are going to take a timeout here with 2:32 remaining. Just waiting to see this one close out. This is not going to end as close as the last Super Bowl between the Patriots and Seahawks. I'll tell you what, the field has held up immaculately well. That field still looks absolutely pristine. Great job by the Super Bowl grounds crew there. Incomplete pass there. 2nd and goal upcoming. Mac Hollins was the intended receiver. Drake Maye, he's going to pitch it. That hit the ground, I think. I thought that hit the ground. They're going to say that's a touchdown? Did that? Hold on, before I hit this graphic. Yeah, I think that's a catch, and that's a touchdown. That's close, but I think that's a touchdown. And with that, the Patriots are going to go for 2. Just making the score look a little bit more respectable are the Patriots. Drake Maye looks, throws, and it is incomplete. He was looking for Hunter Henry, and Henry is down in the end zone. We're stuck at 13, though, so with that, 13 or 22s, she gets to come on to the screen. Everybody knows the drill. Everybody knows how it works. Everybody knows the rules. Just killing time to the end of this game as it is 29-13 now. 16-point difference. So now it's still a 3-possession game. Because even you get 2 touchdowns and 2-point conversions, it's still no. So it is 16-point game, so you're right. You're right. Me and math. Listen, I failed math in high school, so I got, I'm no math whiz. I'm no mathematical wizard here, as they say. Jimbo says, last boo Taylor of the year. How could you boo that booty? Look at the booty. Look at how good that booty is. How could you boo that? You're a horrible human being, Jimbo. Terrible. Even your wife even appreciates the booty. She gave me that picture. You can't boo the booty if your wife likes the booty. You can't do it. You can't do it. 70,823 people in attendance. When did this turn to WWE? Do they announce all the... So here we go. Onside kick attempt here for the Patriots. They need a couple of these. 2:21 remaining in the fourth quarter. We got whistle. Seattle's going to take their last time out. So Seattle now out of timeouts. Jay Harbaugh, the son of Jim Harbaugh, apparently is the special teams coach for the Seahawks. I did not know that. I have learned something today. So there's going to be a Harbaugh in the Super Bowl today, winning a Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks, and there will be a Harbaugh in the Super Bowl next year, winning a Super Bowl with the New York Football Giants. We know that. Onside kick of the attempt. Here we go. Kind of tried to do a little okey doke, but it is immediately picked up by the Seahawks. Polani. So with 2:20, the Seahawks will get it to at least a 2-minute warning. The Patriots have 2 timeouts left. They will most likely do it. They are filling the Gatorade buckets. If you bet on lemon lime, if you bet on the lemon lime flavor of Gatorade in your prop bets, it appears that is what it is going to be. The yellow Gatorade, the original Gator Piss Gatorade, will be the one that will be dumped on the head coach. A tradition started by Harry Carson of the New York Football Giants, back with Bill Parcells in 1986. Walker runs up the right side and just goes down inbounds, keeps the clock running. Or no, New England's going to take a timeout. That's actually the smart play. Make them use their timeouts. Mike Vrable very upset. I'll say this, at least New England has scored a couple touchdowns. They've made the game look slightly more respectable. But again, this is a game where it kind of feels like the score does not indicate what the game was actually like. This was a Seattle masterclass on defense, and New England was too. But second half, turnover mistakes from Drake Maye absolutely murdered the New England Patriots. I did see that. It's kind of, I think it's cool, Crafty. I think it's fine. Leave Pat McAfee alone. And now Sam Darnold is going to just take a self-sack there back at the 49-yard line. And that's going to cause another timeout to be taken by New England, and that's going to be their last timeout. So now 3rd down and 13 coming up here for the Seahawks after a 6-yard loss. Yeah, but you have a lot of people. I think it was John McAfee was the guy who he was absolutely batshit insane, but I don't think anybody said he was wrong. I don't think. Why do you think McAfee's deranged? There's not like McAfee's like the coolest guy in the world. He's the nicest guy in the world. He's the most. Oh, Kenneth Walker breaks through, and he's got a first down and more to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, 5, touchdown. But there's a flag down. Oh, that would have been a perfect way to end the Super Bowl, but. They're going to say holding on the Seahawks, so the touchdown doesn't count. Oh, what a perfect way that would have been to end the Super Bowl for the Seahawks. But he had his hand. Listen, you have the hand on the outside sleeve. They will call that every time. But, man, just unfortunate moment ruiner there. That sucks. That would have guaranteed him the MVP. Yeah, just do it again. 2:01 remaining. Crafty says the refs just couldn't let Walker be happy. Walker with a delay. It's only going to be back to the line of scrimmage. No gain, but we have hit 1:57, which is where we'll get the 2-minute warning. It'll be 4th and 22. I already got Taylor up there. Back at their own 42-yard line, and they will have to punt the ball away. But New England has no timeouts left. They are down 16 points. Oh, I still have it on New England there. I don't know why. Oh, this game's been something. That's the thing, Crafty. I don't get the McAfee hate from people. I can get maybe if he's not your cup of tea, and it's like, he's a little too out there. He's not your typical talking head. He's not anybody like that. I get it. But like hating on the guy, like I don't see the hatred for McAfee. I just don't get it. I don't know what the hell this commercial is, but it seems a bit of a fever dream. Oh, it's one of those Jesus commercials. Yeah. There's more to life than more. Use less. That's commie talk. We don't deal with commie bullshit here. Not in this dojo. Okay, comrade, you can take your hammer and sickle and shove it up your ass. ELS, finally, ELS shows up. Hey, where you been, buddy? Says the final 2-minute warning of the 2025 season. Yep, final 2-minute warning. It's not even on 2 minutes. Crafty in the chat says, funnily enough, the case could be made that Christian Gonzalez was the real MVP. Seattle might have had twice as many points if not for his deflections. That's actually a very good point. In a game that's as one-sided as this, you're not going to give it to a defensive player. I think the last one to have that happen was 5 with the was it the Cowboys? I think in Super Bowl 5 against the Colts. I think that was the last time the MVP came from the losing team. But you literally could, because Christian Gonzalez played a fantastic game defensively for the Patriots. And like you said, I do agree that if he didn't make those plays, this game could have been a lot worse. Yeah. Oh, you said I was hosting a Super Bowl party. All my guests left, so I decided to join now. Oh, very good. Okay, I didn't know you were having a party. Why didn't I get an invite? Why didn't you invite your buddy King over to the party? I hope you had a great time. I hope you had a fantastic party. It seems like once Seattle had that final touchdown there, That's it. Everybody kind of got up and said, well, time to hit the old dusty trail. Yeah. So here comes the punt for Seattle, probably the last punt of the 2025 season, and that, what a beauty, as that goes out at about the 5-yard line. What an absolute masterclass of a punt. They actually mark it at the 6. I think it went out like the 5.5. So 1 minute, 49 seconds until the coronation of the Seattle Seahawks as Super Bowl champion. It'll be their second Lombardi. Their first one came in Super Bowl 48, played at the big HVAC unit, MetLife Stadium, where they just demolished the Broncos. They lost 49 in heartbreaking fashion to the New England Patriots with the not giving it to beast mode on the goal line. We all remember that one. And now here we are, 12 seasons later. Well, 11 seasons, 12 years. Throw caught. That's going to be Hooper inbounds, 1:20 remaining. ELS says, by the way, you live in New Jersey. I need you to pay for your flight. Well, if you're inviting me as a guest, you should pay. Throw that's going to be caught by Mac Hollins. Inbounds, first down, though. 102, 101, 1 minute remaining in the 2025 season. Crafty says Seattle is one of the most well-rounded and versatile Super Bowl winners in recent years. I absolutely agree. No single player stole the show. Maybe Walker was the closest in this game. I agree, but everybody played solidly and stepped up as needed. The defense was solid in this game. Got a flag down here. Offsides on Seattle, so it would have been a sack, but it's not. 5-yard penalty. Stops the clock with 47 seconds left. Gives us 6th flag of the game. By the way, congratulations to the officials for not being absolute dicks in making this Super Bowl a flag fest. Only 6 flags in this game. Each one has been a worthwhile flag, as it were. Lloyd says, was a good game, just wish it was closer. I wish it was a little bit more, like he had some of this output in the first half. Was that first, like we had, it was up until the fourth quarter, it was a field goal fest. It was just back and forth, 3 and out, 3 and out. The fourth quarter is where we got all the points. Illegal use of hands to the face on Seattle. So now we're up at 7. The officials, now they're like, oh, it's the end of the game. We got to get our time in anyway. They still got to do it. They still got to do it. ELS says Drake May, more like Mayo Drake. I don't know. Crafty says Drake Nay. That's the ELS. You can't outdo the master. He is the master of the dad joke. That's why he got a shout out in the halftime show for his dad joke. There's a dad joke that was in there. He got the shout out for it. You can't outdo the master of the dad joke, and that is indeed our very own Crafty Southpaw. That's why we love him. 20 seconds remaining. Drake May steps back, 2nd and 1, throws deep ball, chucks that up, and that's going to fall incomplete. 12 seconds remaining, 3rd and 1. Lloyd says, my lady friend passed out on me. Don't Epstein. No, nothing Epstein-y. Do nothing Epstein-y. Nothing Bill Clinton-y, nothing Epstein-y. Drake May is going to throw here on 3rd and 1. He gets that out to Henderson. And Henderson's going to get it down to the 30 to 3 to 2 seconds to 1 second. And that is the end of Super Bowl 60. And the Seattle Seahawks are your Super Bowl 60 champions. It is over. And Seattle, who has again, for a lot of the season, a lot of Seattle fans were complaining, saying that they were getting looked at because they were out on the West Coast. They weren't getting the respect they felt they were due. They weren't getting the recognition that they felt that they were due. Their defense, one of the best in the league all year. They got the number 1 seed in the NFC by just trouncing San Francisco in the final game of the year. Then, after a bye, they play that same San Francisco team and obliterate them even more. Oh, Taylor's gone. We gotta. She was in the way. They blew them out even more. Then they had to go haymaker for haymaker with the Los Angeles Rams in the NFC Championship game. We're able to do that. And as I said before, one of the reasons I picked Seattle to win this game was because they felt like a team that could play and win any way you wanted them to. You had a close game, like we had for the first 3 quarters of this game, they could do it to you. You wanted to go for a shootout, you wanted to go haymaker for haymaker like they did in the NFC Championship game, they could do that. You wanted to have them blow you out and dominate the game, they could do that. The Seattle Seahawks could really do anything they wanted. They could play any way you wanted, and they could win any style of the game, and they did that here. Again, they showed that here. They showed that all year. They were really solidly one of the better teams in the NFL all season, and the proof's in the pudding. You can't argue with results, and the result is the Seattle Seahawks as your Super Bowl 60 champs. I know I have a bunch of Pepper Jack's family lives out in Washington, in the Spokane area. They're big Seahawks fans, clearly, so I know they're happy. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to everybody out there who is a Seahawk fan, everybody out there who loves the Seahawks, who roots for them, anybody who just might have been rooting against the Patriots just because you just hate New England, you hate the Patriots and everything that they've ever stood for the last 25 years. Congratulations to you as well. And congratulations to us as football fans. We've made it through another season. We made it through another season, 2025, put it in the books. And now, again, it just seems like we started, like we just did the first game. Remember how excited we were for Cowboys-Eagles opening night? It was going to be so great. It was so great. And it seems like it's all gone by so quickly. And now it's over. And now we have the long march of another 9-month stretch of no NFL football. But we got other stuff. We got hockey, maybe a little bit of curling. We'll see. We got the Olympics, obviously. We got Olympic hockey. We got NHL hockey. Maybe the Devils actually pulled their head out of their own asses in the second half of the year, and maybe they can start putting together some goddamn wins. Maybe if I start covering them, maybe that's what will happen. So we'll see what happens there. Lloyd says, King, I'll never view jerky. No, neither will I. Neither will I, Lloyd. Crafty said, crazy to think that people thought Seattle swapping out Geno for Darnold was a lateral move. Some people thought it was a backwards move. Some people thought that was a bad move to do. The two teams finished at polar opposite ends of the league. Yeah, it was just bad. Darnold becomes one of the greatest Cinderella stories in NFL history alongside Jim Plunkett and Doug Williams. Agreed. What an absolute turnaround, just going from absolute also red, he's going to be a career backup at best. He might not even be that good. Well, how terrible. What a terrible person. In the last 2 years, he's won more games than any other starting quarterback. He's now won a Super Bowl. Boy, Minnesota is, I'm guessing this is one of the major reasons why they fired their general manager, is the fact that they kept with J.J. McCarthy and got rid of Sam Darnold. And now we're there. Crafty says Stephon Diggs choked almost as bad as his victim. Jesus Christ. Oh, God, Crafty. Jeez. There's enough stuff happening. There's enough stuff with that Falcons rookie. There's a lot. There's a lot already going on. Oh. But, again, I cannot feel prouder and feel better for Sam Darnold than I feel so happy for him for having seen what he went through here in the New York metropolitan area with the Jets, with the media, with the fans. But if you're Jets fans, You're just punching the air right now, aren't you? You're just punching the air. Jimbo says, that just wasn't right, Crafty. Seeing how derided and made fun of and mocked Sam Darnold was by Jet fans here, to see what he's been able to do in the last 2 years, in his last 2 stops, after kind of his rehabilitation stint with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. What he did in Minnesota was fantastic. And now I think you see, like, people wanted to say, like, oh, I don't think what he did in Minnesota was that good. Clearly, you could say it just, there was it was J.J. or Justin Jefferson, and it was Addison, and it was that defense, that Brian Flores defense. That's what really did it. It wasn't Sam Darnold. And it's like, yeah, I think I think Sam Darnold was a big part of that. And now we've seen that. Cooper Kupp gets his second ring. Yes, indeed he does, Crafty. Just like Matt Stafford told him to do after the NFC Championship game, said, hey, go get your second ring. And he's got it now. Floyd says, Jimbo, he's not wrong. He's not. I mean, he's technically correct. The best kind of correct. Lloyd in the chat says, I told you from week 9 on out that the Seahawks were going to the Super Bowl. It really started. Lloyd says, I got the Broncos wrong, but I called the Seahawks. I never believed in the Broncos. And again, even if Bo Nix played for them, I don't know if they win the AFC Championship game either. I really don't, but that's it. All right, Nike got a good one there with Marshawn Lynch and a cup of bitter taste sweet. That's funny. That's funny. That's a good one. I'm just waiting to see who we got for the MVP. And we'll see where we go out there. I can finally close this poll out with 76%, which is hilarious because that was when the Seahawks were founded in 1976, this being their 50th season. So 10 years after the establishment of the Super Bowl is when the Seahawks were established. And in their 50th season and in the 60th season of the Super Bowl, they are Super Bowl champions. 76% of the people who voted in our poll said it would be the Seahawks, who won 24%. That it would be the Patriots. So just over 3/4 of the people who voted were correct. Chip in the chat says, what a game. What a fourth quarter, we'll say. The first 3 quarters, defensively was great. If you're a defensive guy like I am, it was great. But I do understand that from a certain point of view, it was like Super Bowl 53. It was getting a little bit 3-and-out punt, 3-and-out punt, 3-and-out punt. I don't know, man. But I don't know. Chip says, hey, can you imagine losing to the Seahawks in the Super Bowl? Couldn't be my Steelers. Listen, there's still a lot of people who are still very upset about that Super Bowl. Not just Seahawks fans, but kind of some fans that are just generally not either Steelers fans, but just general football fans who remember that Super Bowl and were like, the officiating in that Super Bowl was not the best. But be that as it may, they wanted to give Bettis his last. They wanted to give Cowher and Bettis their Super Bowl before they went off into the sunset. But yet, be it as it may, that's 20 years ago now. By the way, that's kind of hilarious that the Seahawks have played in Super Bowl 40 and Super Bowl 60. They played in Super Bowl 49, which is damn close to. That would have been hilarious if they would have played in 40, 50, and 60. It seems like every 10 years or so, the Seahawks are right there in the mix. So Chip says, listen, it happens. Sometimes you get some bad calls. And listen, to this day, I don't know why. I know I'm probably wrong, but I don't care. I still don't think Santonio Holmes got that second foot down. I still don't think that was a catch. And I still think the Arizona Cardinals should have won Super Bowl 43. I still think that. Call me crazy. I still think I still think that. I think if we had 4K resolution back then, that would have been an incomplete pass. I got to be careful how I do that because you only see one arm on here, and next thing you know, I'm doing that. Next thing you know, I got people in here calling me, I got Antifa angry with me. So. Seattle, oh, that's a good point. Mike Tirico just brings up Seattle. No turnovers the entire postseason. Did he say that's the first time that's ever happened in the Super Bowl era? That's something. Crafty in the chat says, there were more subplots to Seattle's postseason than can be actually counted. Darnold's Cali homecoming, Darnold's revenge versus the Patriots and the Rams. Yeah, the whole Rams thing, because the Rams were his bugaboo team. That's what got him in trouble with Minnesota. They lost that last game against they lost one of the last games against the Rams, and then the playoff game against the Rams. Cooper Kupp going to Seattle and then having to play the Rams twice. Yeah, that was something. The rivalry kind of switched there. Seattle's revenge for the Patriots for Super Bowl 49. Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot of storylines here. And Seattle got done. And that's the whole thing of just like Sam Darnold being like, he had a great season last year, and people still said, screw him, he sucks. What a bad. Well, I don't know about Seattle. This is a bad move for Seattle. They're going in with Sam Darnold. They're going in with Sam Darnold. What are they doing? Why are they going with Sam Darnold? Now you know why they went with Sam Darnold. And now Seattle joins the list of teams with multiple Super Bowl wins. Obviously, the Patriots have 6. The Steelers have 6, as Chip will gladly tell you. Cowboys have 5. The Niners have 5. The Chiefs have 4. The Packers 4. The Giants have 4. Of course we do, baby. Let's go Giants. The Raiders have 3. The Redskins have 3. The Broncos, they themselves have 3. The Colts, they have 2. The Dolphins have 2. The Ravens have 2. The Rams, they have 2. The Buccaneers have 2. The Eagles have 2. Boo. And now the Seahawks, they themselves have 2 Super Bowl championships, as they are now 2-2 in their 4 Super Bowls. They lost Super Bowl 40, won Super Bowl 48, lost Super Bowl 49, and now have won Super Bowl 60. Yes, Jimbo, the Eagles have 2. Shut the fuck up. Trying to curse less. And I'll say, listen, I think overall it was a good season. From a football standpoint, it was okay. The officiating was infuriating, as some people have noticed on my thing. Obviously, watching the Giants each week didn't help. So this was clearly not the season I wanted my Giants to have. But I kind of knew it was going to happen once we had Dable coming back. I knew that. Like I called that last January. We had a couple of real good games, especially down the stretch in that kind of late November or early December kind of window. We had all of a sudden some great primetime games. The Thursday nights, Saturday nights, Sunday night, Monday night games were all bangers towards the end of the season. So that was a good part. Watching the Oakland Raiders might have been the most aggravated I've ever been in watching football. Like, watching the Oakland Raiders of Las Vegas made me physically angry. It was so bad. And I don't know if I've had that. Like, even with watching my Giants, like, you get into your Giants games sometimes, when you're watching your home team, you get angry, you get frustrated, you get everything like that. But so watching a team that isn't one that you're a fan of making you that angry just because they were that bad, that was something. And now, you got the Allen family is going to sell the team. So not only did they get a second Super Bowl championship, but they're also going to get They're going to get a big couple billion. Well, not that they need more billions. They're the Allens. They're the co-founders of Microsoft, and probably the better ones that aren't giving their wives and family members STDs from Russian hookers. So. Jimbo says, yeah, we got the Shane Bowen show out of this. Yeah, dude, it was just, Lloyd says the Lions have 0. Yes, that's true. Crafty says it was nice to see 2 Cinderella stories collide in the Super Bowl. I think it was. I think this was a fine Super Bowl. I did not mind the Super Bowl matchup. I thought it was fine. I liked the storylines coming into it. I thought it was a good Super Bowl. I thought it was good. The NFL this season got saved by the end. The November and December of the season really saved what was a real kind of shitty first part of this NFL season. And the playoffs were good. I thought the playoffs were good. Well, he says, yeah, the games were insane in the midseason. Yeah, I agree. Crafty says the Raiders devolved into one of the most painfully inept teams I've seen in recent years. Dude, it was bad. It was so bad. We see Mike MacDonald now getting the trophy from Mrs. Allen there. And he's giving the players the trophy there. Sam Darnold is holding the Super Bowl trophy. Sam Darnold is a Super Bowl champion. How cool is that? I love that. Great for him. Congratulations to Sam. That's great to see. I'm sure my brother is a Jets fan. I'm sure he's got mixed emotions. Crafty says, one of my favorite moments on this stream this year is when you were calling a Raiders game and you were saying, oh, it's 3rd down. If Geno Smith can get a first down here, he has a chance to sacked. Never mind. Dude, those Raider games were so bad. The one that broke me was, I think it was the Monday night Raiders-Cowboys. It broke me. If you could go, I'll go back and watch that stream. If you want to see it, go back to find the Cowboys Raiders Monday night stream from this year. That game broke me. Crafty says Jets fans are committing seppuku right now. Little Harry Carey. That hat is very 90s championship hat design. That's a very 90s looking hat. Oh, that baby don't like it. It's too loud. That baby don't like that noise. He's a big fat baby. Look at that big fat baby. Jimbo says, why isn't the kicker up there? He carried his team tonight. He got 12 of the 29 points. And yep, Kenneth Walker is indeed the MVP. I kind of figured as much. The stats kind of were going to make that happen for him, yeah. I try not to, Lloyd. I try not to. Crafty said seemingly every Raiders drive ended in a sack or a pick in that game, yeah. Yes, Crafty, Walker is the MVP. They named, and there is Sam Darnold with the what a scene. Think, Jet fans, that could have been you. You could have had Sam Darnold leading you to a Super Bowl championship. Instead, he's out on the other coast, leading Seattle to a championship, and you've got the Jets don't have anybody at quarterback, do they? We don't know who the Jets quarterback is going to be next year. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? What's the first thing you thought of when you saw all that confetti coming down? Boy, that's a lot of paper. They got a big paper budget here at the NFL. That is a lot. That is some tonnage of paper. That's what I would say. Lloyd says, I also roasted Sabrina Carpenter tonight. Yeah, that one. The Sabrina Carpenter roast was good. Calling her that she looks like a live-action Helga from Hey Arnold. God damn it. That's so perfect. Because I was trying to see what it was, because she's got the damn dark eyebrows and the super platinum blonde hair, and it's like she looks so off. You know what I mean? She looks so off, and I couldn't quite put it, but boy, you nailed it. Saying that Sabrina Carpenter looked just like Helga from Hey Arnold if it was a live action movie. Oh, what a perfect call! So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Football season's over. We are done. So we got 9 months to go where we'll find some way to come up with something here. What are we going to do? Watch some hockey. Maybe we can watch some basketball. I'm not a big basketball guy, but maybe we'll watch some. Why not? Maybe some March Madness. Maybe some, I keep on saying curling. I got to figure out a way to do the curling on here to make it worthwhile. But we'll find something. But yeah, so we got it. We're done. Wrapped it up. The football season is over, and the Seattle Seahawks are on top of the NFL mountain. 2025 season. Who will climb that mountaintop in 2026? Guys, next year, it's going to be them on this graphic. Next year, it's going to be them on the graphic. At least I hope so. It can't be any worse than what we've been. Although that usually is the death knell, so we'll see. But I want to thank each and every one of you who have joined me in any way, shape, or form for 5 seconds, 5 minutes, or for the entire season, this entire time. Thank you guys so much. Your support in this channel, in what was kind of a weird up and down year. Obviously, we had. We started off the year with me and Jimbo doing this. Then, Jimbo had to bow out a couple weeks into the year. We know that. We had, it was a year. It was a year. But you guys stuck in here with us. Lloyd, Crafty, Irish, Paul. I know I haven't seen Paul in a while since the Colts were kind of eliminated from everything. But big shout out to Paul. Love Paul. Pecan, obviously, our leader in the clubhouse when it comes to donation station support. A lot of the new guys we had in here, for some reason the names are escaping me, and I feel real bad. I Grow Fighting, who was in here before earlier. A big shout out to him. We've had a lot of new people in here, and I certainly appreciate each and every one of you. Anybody, even if you didn't join us in the chat, even if you just watched us for 2 seconds. Just that, even that little bit of support, it does mean the world to me. So I want to thank everybody who was here for it. And hey, listen, like I said, what we might be doing for the next 9 months might not be as entertaining as football is. We all know that. But I certainly hope that you stick around. I certainly hope that whatever troubles and trials and tribulations that we go through, however many times I might disappear from the channel, hopefully that doesn't happen again. And we'll figure out what to do here with the rest of all of this. But I want to thank everybody for just your kindness and your support and your fun and all the comments that were in here. You guys have been fantastic. Crafty says Jimbo pulled a Derek Carr and bowed out. Now he's pulling a car by trying to sneak back in. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Suddenly retirement doesn't seem so bad. Crafty says Pats and the Bears look like they're still on the. That's what I mean. We're done with this season now, but it's never too early to start looking forward. Will the Bears continue on their meteoric rise, or will they have a little bit of a slip up? What's going on with Green Bay? What's going on with the Packers? Are they going to be able to put some shit together? What happens with the NFC East, with the Eagles, with all the drama around the Eagles? Will their changes there come to any fruition, or will it be downhill? Will Washington be able to get back on track? Will Dallas fix their defense? Because if they can, boy, they can be a real danger in the NFL. Will the Giants be better with Harbaugh in charge and a whole new organizational kind of setup? Will he be able to get the most out of that young and talented team? Will the Seahawks be able to try to do this again? And that NFC West, which is still a beast when you talk about San Francisco and the Rams. We'll see what happens. What will happen with because what is it? LaFleur, Matt LaFleur, not Mike LaFleur, is going to be the coach out there in Arizona. Does that do anything? There obviously looks like they're going to be moving on from Kyler Murray. What will happen with the Raiders getting the number 1 pick, Fernando Mendoza, and they got Clint Kubiak going to coach them? How will they turn their organization around? How are the Saints going to be with Shuck there at quarterback? Everybody's real excited for Shuck. I think the Saints are another team on the upswing. Panthers, are they going to be able to recreate some of the success they had this year? Will Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers be able to stay off the injury list and try to stay healthy and be a little bit more consistent next year and try to go ahead and get back into the playoffs back as NFC South champions with hopefully a better than losing record? On the AFC side, the Broncos and Bo Nix, can he just channel some of that overthrow energy and channel it and get that offense to be as good as the defense? If the Broncos offense can match how good their defense is, boy, they're going to be crazy. Can the Chargers offensive line stay healthy, first of all? But outside of that, that team is set up for success. Can the Chiefs get back into the playoffs and back into being the dynasty, saying, hey, 1 year off doesn't end the dynasty, baby? Will they do that? It seems like Travis Kelce will be back. Every bit of language that he has seems like he's going to be back. Big changes in the AFC North. What happens there? What happens with the Ravens, with the Steelers, with the Browns? All of a sudden, Zach Taylor's the longest active coach in the AFC North. Will the Bengals do anything? Maybe. Maybe not. We're going to see. The Bills, big changes there. Can they try to get back on track, win a division from the Patriots? Is this, again, the Patriots division and everybody else is just also Rams? What's going to happen with the Dolphins with a new regime down there and most likely a new quarterback? What's going to happen with the Jets? They will suck. I think that is the one constant. That is the one thing that we know going into the 2026 season. Some teams might do better. Some teams might do worse. Some teams might improve but still not make the playoffs. Some teams might take a step back from how good they did this year. The one constant, the one thing that we know, the Jets will suck. So at least we have that little bit of consistency so that we can we have a grip on reality, folks, and we know where we are. Crafty says the defense confirmed that they're moving on from Tua. Yeah, we kind of know that. Yep. So we will see what happens there. Lloyd says Washington, he feels that they're going to slip up until they get into RFK 2 there, which, again, what a beautiful looking stadium. That's going to be about 4 years away from being finished. Crafty says, I'm curious if Robert Saleh can redeem himself with Tennessee. That's going to be a question. You got both former New York coaches there now. Saleh as head coach, Dable as offensive coordinator. Will that be a kind of a New York redemption tag team? Going to be interesting to see. I'm interested to see where we go. Of course, we have the draft coming up in just a couple months. New uniforms coming. We know we got a couple of new uniforms coming. We know Atlanta's got new ones coming. We know Tennessee's got some new ones coming. We know Washington's new ones, but we already know that they're going to be the Super Bowl era uniforms. So we already know that. Interested to see how the Falcons look. Interested to see how the Titans look. And see if there's any other ones out there as well that might be getting new duds or nice little updates to them. We'll see. We'll see. As again, I'm a huge uniform guy, as everybody knows that too. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But we still have lots to look forward to. And we'll try to keep something regular. I'll try to keep at least once a week, I want to try to do a shooting the shit episode. And just kind of come on here and bullshit with everybody. I know Lloyd said, or it was either Lloyd or Crafty said, do it on Friday and go up against Grossi. Yeah. The channel with 300 subscribers should not go up against the channel with 1 million subscribers and think that that's actually going up against it. That's not a competition. That's like having a baby try to fight Godzilla. You're not going to do that. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. I mean, you could do it, but it's a bad idea. Don't do it. So, I don't know. Maybe it'll be Wednesdays. Maybe I'm debating whether it'll be like a 4 o'clock or an 8 o'clock thing. If it's 8 o'clock, I might do it on Tuesdays. Might be a Tuesday thing. So I'll see. I don't know. It was both of you guys that said that. Okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot the rivalry jerseys. We get to see that. Great. Thank you for bringing that up, ELS. I forgot about that. The rivalry jerseys for the NFC North and AFC South. So we'll see. So we know that they have these extra uniforms anyway. So we'll see how those look. Kind of like, I guess, the NBA City uniforms. Not bad. I don't like that there's so many uniforms now, but as long as they look good, we'll see. But it's a hit or miss. Some of the ones this year were good. I loved Arizona's rivalry uniforms. I love those. I liked New England's. It grew on me. That kind of fog gray uniform they had. I thought that was nice. I didn't mind the 49ers. The Seahawks, I think you could have done with a little bit more definition. I get what they were trying to do, but I don't think it translated well. I like the Rams, and it seems like that they're taking that template that they had for the rivalry uniform, and they're making that into their regular uniform, just in the regular blue and yellow color. So that's cool. I was going to say, if you could do the ram horn on those sleeves, you could do the ram horns on the other one. So they're going to do that. Instead of having the arch on the sleeve, they're going to have the ram horn back. Excited to see that. Yeah. So, I mean, that's good. I didn't like the Bills all white. That was goofy. I wasn't a huge fan of the Dolphins all midnight blue kind of thing that they did. Didn't like that. And the Jets Gotham ones were just hilariously bad. That was just bad. The Browns are just the Browns. Yeah, those are maybe the two most constants, the Jets sucking and the Browns just being absolutely inept and not knowing whatever they're doing. And they still don't. And that's what I mean. When you fire your coach and your coach is instantaneously one of the top coaching candidates in everybody's coaching search, that says more about you and your organization and your general manager. How Andrew Berry still has a job, I don't know. But I do know because his owner is Jimmy Haslam, and Jimmy Haslam might right now be the worst owner in sports. And that's including Steve Tisch, who's in the Epstein emails. What Jimmy Haslam has done to the Cleveland Browns is nearly as bad as a crime as what Epstein is doing. Or has done. No, that's not bad. It's not nearly as bad as cannibalism, but it's not great. The Browns have not been great. But yeah, so again, I'm just kind of rambling here. It's the end of the season. I don't want it to end. I think that's what it is. Part of it doesn't want to end, but we got to end. We do have to end. So again, thank you so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is King. This has been Stay Tuned Sports. If you liked any part of our Super Bowl broadcast or any broadcast that we've done during this 2025 NFL season, please leave a like. Leave a hit the share button. Share this channel around. Let people know this channel exists. That certainly helps us out tremendously. And of course, as always, if you wouldn't mind, if you haven't done so yet, or first time here, hit that subscribe button and notification bell as we're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, as I will do. I'm going to go try to grab a nice cold beverage for my throat. It's kind of getting a little scratchy. Been talking for a while here. But thank you so much, everybody, for joining us here. Until next. Well, no, I'm probably going to come on tomorrow. We'll do a little recap of everything and see where we're going from here. And then we'll go on there. But I'll probably be on tomorrow around 4:45. Your usual 4:45, 5, somewhere around there. And then we'll you know what? We'll play it by ear. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. This has been Stay Tuned Sports. I'm your boy King. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Seattle, the Seahawks, Super Bowl 60 champions.